never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan says the number of illegal aliens living in the U.S. is vastly undercounted.
How many illegal aliens, I think, in the United States? At least 20 million. Here's where'd you call that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years.
Homan pointed to a wide swath of West Texas where there is no border wall or technology. He says thousands of people could have come across during the Biden administration and nobody would ever have known. A House Democrat is introducing articles of impeachment against President Trump.
In a statement, Michigan Congressman Sri Tanadar said Trump is unfit to serve as president and represents a clear and present danger to our nation's Constitution and our democracy. These are the first articles of impeachment to be brought against Trump since he retook office in January. It's considered a long shot since Republicans control both the House and the Senate. Texas Congressman Al Green, who was censured for interrupting Trump's speech to a joint session of Congress, has also said he plans to introduce articles of impeachment against Trump. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Miami Beach police have arrested a second suspect in connection with the theft of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's purse. Christian Sanzana appeared in court on Monday.
He's charged with possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license.
Judge Mindy Glazer said Sanzana has a fictitious California ID card and set bond at $2,500. Corrections officials say Sanzana has an immigration hold. Police over the weekend arrested the first suspect in connection with the theft, Chilean national Mario Leiva. Both suspects are reportedly in the country illegally. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
Investors are also awaiting any signs of possible progress on trade negotiations. Big tech shares, including Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft, came under pressure early in the session ahead of their quarterly results. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 114 points. The S&P 500 added 3 points. The Nasdaq lost 16 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The massive wildfire that's consumed more than 15,000 acres in Ocean City, New Jersey is now 75% contained. The Jones Road wildfire broke out last Tuesday, triggering the evacuation of around 5,000 residents. The work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin in just over a week.
The Vatican announced that the closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there's a new pope. I'm Michael Kastner.
A new poll shows most Americans are not convinced that tariffs will create an economic windfall.
70% of Americans responding to the Gallup poll believe that tariffs will cost the U.S. economy more than they generate short-term, and 62% say the long-term outlook isn't much better. 89% of those polled say tariffs will lead to higher prices, but there's an even split on whether or not tariffs will bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States. I'm Rory O'Neill.
President Trump says the Philadelphia Eagles are a special team.
The team visited the White House Monday for their Super Bowl victory.
Eagles have turned out to be an incredible team with a fantastic coach, and having you at the White House is very, very special and important.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts was among some players who did not attend the ceremony due to scheduling conflicts. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, we'll stick a fork in Monday. Well, at least in the Eastern time zone. But we will do so from time zone to time zone. From the East Coast to the West. As we close out a Monday. All right, what do you say? We'll be turning the page on the calendar 29th day of April. And I do believe that means just one to go. Wednesday, we'll be wrapping up the month of April. Thursday, rolling into May. How about that? April showers bring May flowers, so they say. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A beautiful, clear night outside the secret bunker. Enjoying a comfortable, looks like 68 degrees at this hour. Dropping a few degrees here and there with those clear skies. We don't have the blanket overhead. But we were well into the 70s for a Monday afternoon. Beautiful, beautiful day. What a way to start off the week. All right, not everyone in that same category for folks further to the west. We have been dealing with a fairly active Monday late afternoon into the evening. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous tornadic warned thunderstorms. As the night progresses, things continue to gradually calm down. We are still seeing a few stronger cells producing severe thunderstorm warnings. One of those is in central Oklahoma. That's an individual supercell, and it's moving along at 50 miles per hour, so it's booking. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and quarter-size hail in that particular cell. I had a long line of showers and thunderstorms rolling through Wisconsin through the evening hours. It looks like most of the tornadic activity is winding down. There is still a tornado watch in place, I think, for another hour or so. But some of these in northeastern portions of Wisconsin, this particular cell about to be moving into the southern portions of the UP of Michigan. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail in the mix there as well. So that line of showers and thunderstorms extending from, say, central portions of Iowa. It's a very thin line there. It begins to expand a bit, broadens out through central portions of Wisconsin. Then some of the heavier thunderstorms, again, going to be pushing into the UP of Michigan and on up into portions of southern Canada tonight. Aside from that, we've got those individual cells scattered about one line, moving through northeast Oklahoma into northwestern portions of Missouri, northeastern Kansas, I apologize, rather than Oklahoma. Kansas City, you're going to see this line kind of pushing through your area in the next hour or so. While the severe weather threat and the tornado threat begins to wane overnight tonight, some of these storms could hold together, maybe approaching the Chicago area by the pre-dawn hours here for Tuesday morning. Regardless if they're not severe, you're still going to deal with some downpours and a slow morning commute. Monday's outbreak did not mark the end of this particular episode of severe weather. Everything's going to begin shifting toward the east and south between Tuesday and Thursday, ultimately impacting millions more people for the day ahead Tuesday, along and ahead of this cold front. The possibility for damaging storms extending as far east as the Ohio Valley and the interior portions of the Northeast. Anywhere from Buffalo, New York, to Dayton, Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Cincinnati, to Pittsburgh, all among some of those cities that could be under the risk for the day ahead. Meanwhile, an area that's been no stranger to feisty storms as of late, stretching from western and northern Texas into Oklahoma. You'll kind of get back into the action again later Tuesday into Tuesday night. Not quite the risk of tornadic activity versus what we saw on Monday, but these storms could still pack a punch. Hail, flooding, downpours, and gusty winds. More days of severe weather could unfold Wednesday and Thursday. Again, areas from the heart of Texas, north to Oklahoma, and east into portions of Arkansas and Louisiana. You'll be at the risk for some stronger storms come midweek as that frontal boundary kind of settles over the region there and begins to stall out. By Thursday, the risk will shift again further east, closer to the Tennessee and Ohio River valleys. If you're one of those weary residents tired of dealing with this nearly daily spat of severe thunderstorms, AccuWeather tells us better days are ahead as we roll into early May. A quieter weather pattern is expected to take hold. Now, while the risk for damaging storms will not be zero, it will be much lower. Just a few gusty, drenching storms shifting toward the East Coast by Friday of this week. While the severe storm threat will be lower, there may actually be an increased risk for flooding near the swollen Mississippi River. And that's going to kind of be the focal point over the next couple of days, with these showers and thunderstorms frequenting areas from northern Texas to western portions of Arkansas and Missouri. Forecasters tell us enough rain to trigger flash flooding in urban areas and along small streams. We could see some surging water expected in the Red, the Canadian, the Arkansas River basins, as this front's going to slowly press across the region into Tuesday night, and then, as I mentioned, kind of stall at midweek. And that sets the stage for repeating downpours once again. There will be a wide area picking up 1 to 4 inches of rain, where 1 to 2 inches of rain drenches an area in 12 to 48 hours. Shouldn't pose a significant problem. There is the potential for some areas, though, to pick up a deluge of 4 to as much of 8 inches of rain in approximately a 12-hour period. Now, that magnitude of rain will be problematic and quickly flood streets, farmland, low-lying areas along some of the smaller streams. Low water crossings may be too dangerous to venture through. Although drought conditions persist over the southern high plains and further north over the lower plains, the zone where the brunt of this rain is going to fall here into midweek is again northern Texas to Missouri and Arkansas, where for the most part the soil is saturated there. With that in mind, much of that rain is going to quickly run off into area streams. Further to the northeast over the Ohio River basin, the rainfall within this particular setup will be more sporadic, kind of localized. Could still see some flash urban and small stream flooding, but severe thunderstorms will be a key component to the rain, along with the likelihood of some flooding. Storms capable of producing powerful winds, large hail, and isolated tornadoes will again be on the prowl. Round the country, hope your week's off to a good start. Who we got checking in out of the box here? Well, there's Marianne. Good evening. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, Taco Tuesday. 70 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, with satellite overhead. No sign of Starlink, but the stars are out tonight, and the Reds won. It is 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. All right, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Get out the binoculars. Find that planetary system with your name on it here on a clear night. All right, I wish we had these clear skies last week when we had the peak of our meteor shower, because we had nothing but cloud cover. I didn't get to see a one. All right, the boss man. Good morning, boss man. Checking in from Cheyenne, Wyoming, headed to Utah tonight. Everybody stay safe out there. What do you have? Tank, good morning. Let's get the show on the road. 56 here in St. John's, Arizona. Rolling down to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. You do the same there, Tank. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Harry down, hammer down. Be safe, drivers. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper loaded. Headed for Nebraska tonight. Safe travels out there. We got Rubber Duck, US 30 and I-57. You non-parking blankety blanks at the Petro and Pilot. You suck. I'm going to sneak around the auto park and set the security cameras off. Okay. Hello to James, who says, rest in peace, Canada. So sad to see what happened there this past evening. I strongly believe now that Alberta will be begging to join the U.S. or at least become independent. I don't know. We shall see. Yes, yesterday was election day for our Canadian friends and the Liberal. What was his name? Mark? We got the full breakdown here. But the Liberals, who were well behind in polling here a few months ago, kind of surging in popularity, most of which was some of the anti-Trump sentiment there for our friends in Canada, kind of angry with the trade wars that he kind of kicked off there. That was pretty much, according to all the polls I had seen, that was dominating the polling, that the Trump factor was the biggest impact in people voting this past day there in Canada. Hello together. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a clear, almost moonless night in Salem, Virginia. Yeah, we're about to roll into the new moon here. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Michael said, what's up, people? Hey, we're just getting it underway. Brett is on board, 38 degrees here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Buckeye Boy, what do we have? Ackworth, Georgia, 68 degrees. Beautiful day. Monday, ran some errands after Wildcat got back from her Nashville trip. We both were pretty tired. We took naps after grabbing a bite to eat. I got a change of plans for me as far as loading later today and going to St. Louis. Looks like instead I'll load Wednesday, going to Nashville for an event to deliver Thursday. Then pick it up Friday, heading back once again. All right, going to the truck tomorrow. Start it, check it out, make sure it's all ready to go. Also, update the ELD. Have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. And one more this round. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, bull hauler, 73 degrees at the Weiss Compound, Southwest Missouri tonight. Hanging out with the hot blonde wife for a much-needed break, while the powerful chrome-plated cow truck gets some more torque and the top end speed dialed in at Joplin Peterbilt. All right, you can never have enough speed and power. Should be back in live action, say by midweek here. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Maple Leaf City tonight. There you go. 844-844-3388. Indeed, the number to dial up the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Into a brand new day. Got a lot to unpack here on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, let's start off with this one. I didn't see this one coming. We've been talking quite a bit in recent weeks or months about truck drivers' lack of English language proficiency, right? Of course, they're in Arkansas. Governor Sanders, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, signing off on legislation there mandating a English proficiency for drivers that would otherwise face a fine. I don't think the language of that had putting them out of service. Oklahoma was the next state that just last week introduced legislation looking to do the same, but in their case, putting the drivers out of service. President Trump signs an executive order Monday. And the Transportation Secretary followed up this past evening, stating that his department will rescind the Obama administration-era policy that dismissed the English language proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. In a news release, Duffy said, following up on the executive order issued by President Trump earlier this past day, I think he signed that about 5 o'clock Monday afternoon, that prioritizes safety on the nation's road. Duffy said the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration will take immediate steps to execute the executive order and strengthen English language requirements. Federal law is clear. A driver who cannot sufficiently read or speak English, our national language, and understand road signs is not qualified to drive a commercial vehicle in America. This common sense standard should have never been abandoned, first of all. This department will always put America's truck drivers first. The new order by Trump signed the executive order. Of course, back in March, he signed an order making English the official language of the United States. But this order reversing the June of 2016 directive by the Obama administration to eliminate requirements for federal inspectors to suspend drivers of commercial vehicles for the lack of English proficiency when conducting safety investigations. Formal driver interviews to confirm such violations also were not conducted during roadside investigations. Further, the memo revealed in an April 10th letter from the Representative Hagman of Wyoming. She sent this to Duffy stating that if the driver cannot read, write, or speak English, but can communicate sufficiently with the inspector or investigator, they should not be cited for such a violation. This is a big problem in the trucking industry, that unless you're in that community, you might not know, but there's a lot of communication problems between truckers on the road with federal officials and local officials, which obviously is a public safety risk, according to Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt this past afternoon, briefing the news media after the president signed the executive order. We are going to ensure that our truckers, who are the backbone of our economy, are able to speak English. That's a common sense policy in the United States of America. How about that? In a fact sheet regarding the executive order issued this past afternoon, the White House said the president believes English is a non-negotiable safety requirement for professional drivers, as they should be able to read and understand traffic signs, communicate with traffic safety officers, border patrol, agricultural checkpoints, the cargo weight and limit stations. All right, the Transportation Department said the FMCSA has documented cases in which the driver's inability to read road signs and speak English have contributed to a series of fatal crashes, as we know. You go back to 2019, the semi-truck driver traveling down a congested highway at almost 100 miles per hour, blowing past several signs that warned of steep grades and dangerous curves. That crash killed 4 and injured a number of others. Of course, more recently, January, the collision in West Virginia involved a driver fleeing another crash that required an interpreter for the crash investigation. We thank the Trump administration for responding to our concerns on the uneven application of the existing regulation. We look forward to working with the FMCSA and law enforcement on an objective, consistent, and effective enforcement standard, according to the Vice President of Regulatory Policy for the American Trucking Associations. I think many of you would be praising this order.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan says the number of illegal aliens living in the U.S. is vastly undercounted.
At least 20 million. Here's a word you call that number. We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years.
Homan pointed to a wide swath of West Texas where there is no border wall or technology. He says thousands of people could have come across during the Biden administration and nobody would ever have known. A House Democrat is introducing articles of impeachment against President Trump.
Michigan Congressman Sri Thanedar said Trump is unfit to serve as president and represents a clear and present danger to our nation's constitution and our democracy. These are the first articles of impeachment to be brought against Trump since he retook office in January. It's considered a long shot since Republicans control both the House and the Senate. Texas Congressman Al Green, who was censured for interrupting Trump's speech to a joint session of Congress, has also said he plans to introduce articles of impeachment against Trump. Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
One thing is for certain, undoubtedly there are many, many companies out there, major trucking operations, that for years have been bringing in these drivers lacking language proficiency and putting them out there on the road. Many of them have to be kind of, I guess, questioning, what criteria, what's the formula going to be? How many other drivers are they going to be facing out of service orders? I mean, I can go, how many years has it been, going all the way back when we had a major sponsor that, the Celadon, that's no longer in existence. But there was that year where Tom Bigby and myself were broadcasting live from their facility there in Indianapolis during Truck Driver Appreciation Week, and that topic actually came up. When I asked some of the leadership, we were interviewing a number of the executives about how everything works, and they didn't really much want to talk about. When I came right out and asked, do you hire drivers who cannot speak or read the English language? And we do have a department that kind of helps those drivers to get through the process. That's about all they wanted to say. So this has been going on for a long, long time. And of course, week after week, more discussions with you, the drivers out there, explaining. Seems more and more every time you pull off at a truck stop. It's difficult to find another driver that can actually speak the English language. What percentage of drivers out there might be impacted by this, I guess, is my main question. What do you say, Rubber Duck? Good morning.
I just want to thank whoever delivers all the Myers seafood for those lovely salmon swirl rolls with the crab meat in them that I was able to cook on the grill. And I had to hide it from the wind because, man, the wind is coming up from the south, probably about 25 mile an hour this way. Other than that, I see habla de English there, Senor, Your Honor. I don't know how you say that in Spanish.
Well, what do you think? Is this going to have, is this pretty, nobody really saw that coming. I mean, there's been discussion about it off and on, but I didn't see the president signing an executive order addressing it direct.
Did you put any suntan oil on your buttocks there? Because the sunshine just got blown up your shorts.
Oh, yeah?
Because when we took our tests, when they said it's mandatory to have a CDL, 1991, I'll date myself, you had to understand the English language.
Yes.
There was no tests given in another language. None. Not at all. None.
And now it depends on from state to state. There are states, I think, that are offering it in maybe a dozen different languages.
Or more, because, so now let's go back to the tow truck days of myself. And we towed for the big company it starts with the letter S. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to alienate anybody that might want to advertise. Because you might need some more Chinese nationals to come over and drive for you. But I had one wrapped around a pole in a shopping mall down below Baltimore. Broke the trailer in half. Everything. Did not speak a lick of English. And this was in 2004. The best I could get out of him was that he worked for a company 2 years, they bring family over. In 5 years, they pay my debt off. That's what I could get. Mm-hmm. We didn't have Google Translator and stuff back then. We were on Nextels. We were on the chirp, the
Right.
You were still on AM radio. Ooh, good Lord. That doesn't even work anymore. There's too much interference. But yeah, so this has been ongoing. I mean, Crete in the mid-90s, Crete brought a bunch of Kiwi drivers over, a bunch of Australians. And actually, you know what? Everybody should bring them boys back because they were great guys to run with, and they did not do the stupid stuff that people do today. I cannot understand why people risk themselves for a load of dirt, for whatever in a sea container, why they tailgate people, why I don't get it. I could have gone home tonight, and I have to drive all the way back over here tomorrow to start picking up. So I'll stay over here, and I'll go find a place to have breakfast. I tried to go to the Petro down in Moline, and their elbows over buttholes parked all over the place down there. Then they took their overflow lot and gave that to Amazon. So they're getting rent for that because the guys aren't going in the truck stops and spending the money. Now, I understand money is tight for everybody, and it sucks paying truck stop prices for things. But we don't buy from them, they're going to go out of business. So you got to think of it a little bit that way. But the English language thing, no, that's Baltimore. They had a bus, one of the casino buses, and it was full of non-Americans on their way to either Delaware or Atlantic City. Not sure which, or both. They might drop some off there and then keep on going. Gets in an accident, and the troopers are there with him, and they're trying to get his information and everything. He doesn't have a driver's license. Doesn't have anything to hand him. Nothing. And then all of a sudden he mixed in with the crowd, got on the other bus and went away, and they didn't know where he went because of a language discrepancy. So no, it's about time. They need to make it. They read their GPSs. They drive under bridges they shouldn't get under, and hit them because they can't understand the signs or they don't speak the language. It's not prejudiced. to demand this. And that's what a lot of people are trying to make us out to be, that we're prejudiced, that we don't have a heart. We don't want immigrants to come over. Well, my German grandfather came over and learned English. And the best I remember, when I was about 8 years old when he died, he wasn't very good at English, but he could communicate enough that he did very well with his cattle and very well with his farm in Colorado. And there's a guy that builds cattle farms out there in Colorado that's got part of Granddad's property. My other grandfather came over from Scotland. Well, they kind of had a heads up. They speak a funny English, they speak their own.
Mm-hmm.
And I love my Scottish friends. We used to drink with them at the bar in Baltimore by the port. They would actually let them off the boat and bring them up and give them a little hall pass for a little bit. And we loved them because they were great people. Yeah, they talked funny, but you could communicate with them. You carry on a conversation. I pulled into the auction tonight. There was 3 tractor trailers, class 8 tractor trailers. There was 16 hot shot trucks, small, cab and chassis for the 3-car trailer.
Mm-hmm.
16 of those. They were running team. They're running team in a pickup truck. Not a bed. They make it look like a bed. It ain't a bed. There ain't no way to get sleep. Because trust me, when he makes me drive our pickup truck, my kidneys left before I got to Chicago. They got bounced out of the truck. I can't see how these guys are sleeping in them. And then there are the guys that have the Xerox lettering. They rip one name off and put another name on. And nobody's doing anything about it. So that's been going on for 5-6 years. And those guys have got, they say on their DOT site, they've got 5 trucks, 1 driver, 3 trucks, 4 drivers, 4 trucks. But they're way more than they are because they keep chameleoning and switching over. And that's the stuff that needs to be addressed, not the English language. Other than that, like I said, Sam was good. I ran out of lighter fluid. Is anybody close? Got any lighter fluid? I got hamburgers if anybody's hungry. I got them on ice. I'll get some. I guess I have burgers for breakfast tomorrow.
There you go. Hey, that's nothing like a burger for breakfast. All right. Well, Rubber Duck, hey, thanks for checking in. Your take. It is 844-844-3388. All right. The gentleman's name is Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party. Mark Carney won the federal election this past day. Now, Canada's system of government is much different than ours. It's quite confusing to me, honestly. But according to the Associated Press, this kind of caps a dramatic turnaround for the Liberals, fueled by U.S. President Trump's threats to the Canadian economy and their sovereignty, his talk about making them a 51st state, right? Now, they are also grappling with the aftermath of the fatal car ramming attack that took place over the weekend there, Saturday in Vancouver. Yeah, that tragedy prompted the suspension of campaigning for several hours. Ultimately, police ruled out terrorism, said the suspect he was a local man with a history of mental health issues. But here's what we know, they say. Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberal Party has won the federal election. What was on the ballot? Voters elected their local representative to the House of Commons. No other contest will appear on the ballot, but voters did not directly cast ballots for Prime Minister. So this is where it kind of confuses me. Do liberals have a majority? It is not yet clear whether the Liberal Party will be able to form a majority government, the leader of whichever party wins a majority of seats in the House of Commons forms a new government and will serve as prime minister. If no party wins a majority, a party, usually the one with the most seats, can form a minority government, but has to rely on support from some opposition members. In rare cases, it says, 2 or more parties might reach a formal agreement to form a coalition government together. All right. Do they have a majority? All right. The elections, the counting continues, as does the uncertainty of whether the ruling party will govern with a majority. Carney won his seat. He will keep his job as prime minister, but he will have to form a new government with a new cabinet. The big question is if liberals will secure enough seats for the majority, or if they will have enough support from the NDP and the Green Party in a minority parliament. Quite confusing, but all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
As I mentioned, we got quite a bit to unpack here this Tuesday morning. And for those just starting their week out, obviously, which many do, first night back out. So maybe were not with us on our Monday morning program. Eagle had chimed in, as he has done several times, kind of offering his concerns about the tariffs. He's been citing for several weeks, traveling through Texas, where it just seems like there's not nearly as much truck traffic as normally there would be. So kind of, I guess, beginning to becoming concerned. Is President Trump going the right direction, or is he getting the cart ahead of the horse? Is he trying to do too much too quickly? All those questions. Several others, Pappy, Carl, all said let's give it some time. They're working on trade agreements with other countries. that it's all going to work out in the end. Now, those are the discussions. Now, if you listen to some of the gloom and doom forecasts, there are those out there, and Freight Waves sharing the story from a group known as Apollo Global Management that forecast things are going to be pretty grim if we continue down this path of the trade war. Yeah, possibly a U.S. recession triggered by the tariffs, widespread layoffs in the trucking and retail sectors, rising economic uncertainty. Now, I'm just going to share the story, share the info that they are passing along, and maybe get your take on the matter. Yeah, the trucking industry, critical to U.S. logistics, faces significant challenge as tariffs disrupt trade, particularly when it comes to China. A sharp decline in container ship voyages from China is expected to reduce freight volumes, thereby lowering demand for trucking services. Imports account for an estimated 20% of U.S. trucking volume, so a decline in imports will have a significant impact on the industry. With fewer goods to transport, carriers will face reduced workloads, underutilized fleets forcing them to cut labor costs. Apollo predicts that domestic freight activity will sharply slow by mid-May, so here in just a few weeks, with mass layoffs likely to follow as firms strive to maintain financial stability. The slowdown in trucking is going to put a lot of pressure on trucking companies that have been dealing for the last 2-3 years with the Great Freight Recession, one of the longest, deepest downturns in history. The retail sector also bracing for what could be substantial layoffs. Tariffs will cause supply chain disruptions, leading to inventory shortages, especially for goods from China. The decline in container shipments will leave retailers struggling to stock products as longer lead times further complicate inventory management. Retailers may need to find alternative suppliers or reduce their product offerings, both of which present challenges. Retailers also face declining consumer confidence, driven by economic fears and tariff-induced inflation. Record low consumer confidence scores reflect cautious spending, particularly on non-essential items, resulting in reduced store traffic and sales. Now, companies like Chipotle and Southwest Airlines have noted consumers are saving more due to economic concerns. Rising credit card delinquencies and minimal payments indicate financial strain among consumers, further reducing purchasing power, exacerbating retail sales declines. Apollo expects retailers to cut jobs come June, with declining demand and higher costs. Apollo's broader economic outlook highlights a sharp decline in corporate spending, with new orders falling and inventories rising before the tariffs took effect. Companies are lowering their earnings forecast and cutting investments due to a gloomy economic outlook, kind of increasing the likelihood of layoffs across other industries. The tariff-driven slowdown could lead to stagflation, stagnant growth combined with high inflation, according to their analysis. Unlike typical recessions where falling demand reduces inflation, trade disruptions are expected to drive up costs. Federal Reserve surveys indicate rising prices across supply chains, squeezing the consumer's purchasing power as incomes stagnate. Though this is, again, truly the worst of a gloom and doom forecast. Declining consumer confidence is mirrored by reduced corporate spending and investment. As firms anticipate weaker demand, they're scaling back their capital expenditures, revising earnings downward. This response reflects both immediate cost pressures and a longer-term adjustment to a trade-restricted economy. Apollo warns rising prices and sluggish growth will heavily burden both businesses and consumers. The stagflation scenario poses policy challenges as traditional monetary tools may struggle to curb inflation while supporting growth. Now, their forecast, again, a grim picture for the U.S. trucking and retail industries. Tariffs are disrupting supply chains and consumer behavior, putting both sectors at risk. Layoffs are often viewed as a necessary step to manage rising costs and minimize losses. That's, again, all from Apollo. They urge strategic preparations to navigate this, as they say, impending economic storm. Is it all gloom and doom? Yeah, we'll pick up there after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The administration is touting President Trump's immigration crackdown ahead of his 100th day back in office. During a briefing this morning at the White House, Border Czar Tom Homan was asked about U.S. citizen children who were removed from the country when a parent was deported.
If you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision.
Homan also addressed the arrest of a Milwaukee judge who allegedly obstructed immigration enforcement by saying, "When you cross that line, you will be prosecuted, judge or not." A House Democrat is introducing articles of impeachment against Trump.
Michigan Congressman Sri Tanadar said Trump is unfit to serve as president and represents a clear and present danger to our nation's constitution and our democracy. These are the first articles of impeachment to be brought against Trump since he retook office in January. It's considered a long shot since Republicans control both the House and the Senate. Texas Congressman Al Green, who was censured for interrupting Trump's speech to a joint session of Congress, has also said he plans to introduce articles of impeachment against Trump. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Navy says a $60 million aircraft has been lost at sea after it fell overboard from an aircraft carrier.
In a statement, the Navy said the FA-18E Super Hornet fighter was under tow in the hangar bay of the USS Harry S. Truman when when the move crew lost control of the aircraft. All crew members are accounted for, with one sailor suffering a minor injury. CNN reports the Truman was making a hard turn to evade Houthi fire. The Truman recently had its deployment to the Middle East extended by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed mixed to kick off a busy week.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 114 points. The S&P 500 added 3 points. The Nasdaq lost 16 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
The CDC is partnering with California to encourage testing for bird flu and vaccination against the seasonal flu.
Dr. Abisola Olulade, a family physician with Sharp-Rees-Steele in San Diego, says while seasonal influenza is more common, bird flu tends to have more severe symptoms.
It's not novel. It's been around for a while. We started to see a resurgence in dairy, and that was thought to be a concern because it was making this jump in dairy in some Midwest states, and we have seen that it is spreading and increasing cases.
According to the most recent federal data, there have been a total of 70 confirmed cases of bird flu in humans so far this year in 13 states, including California. I'm John Fink.
Police are looking for a suspect in a shooting at a North Carolina university.
It left one person dead, at least 6 others injured early Sunday. It happened at Elizabeth City State University, a school in the northeastern part of the state, around 12:30 a.m. after an on-campus event. University officials confirm a 24-year-old adult male who was not a student was killed. The other victims, including 3 students, were treated at a nearby hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Residents in Norco, California are pushing back against plans by Living Truth Christian Fellowship to build a 2-story, 55,000-square-foot megachurch on a rural road. The project includes parking for 200 vehicles and an overflow parking lot. Locals say the area is zoned for agriculture and are concerned about traffic, noise, and declining property values. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, we're rolling into a Tuesday, but there's a lot of activities taking place. It's considered Derby week, as the Kentucky Derby is coming up this weekend. All I know is, for whatever reason, my mom is just a great fan of the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, she said she's got it on her bucket list to be able to actually attend the Derby and be in a booth. But I came across a story which I found rather fascinating. She's planning a big watch party this weekend, so we'll all be gathered around. They'll be dressed in their derby dresses and fluffy hats, all that fun stuff. I don't know. Are they going to drink those? What do they call them? Mint juleps or something? Is that the drink of the Derby? I'll drink Miller Lite. I did not realize. Toby Keith. God rest his soul. A lot of people know the big dog daddy Toby is the late great country music icon. That's me. An unapologetic patriot, an Oklahoma sports fanatic. But many probably don't know he had a profound passion for horse racing that kind of paralleled his music career. His involvement in the sport was extensive and heartfelt, encompassing roles as an owner, breeder, active participant in the racing community. Toby established Dream Walkin' Farms, a 300-acre thoroughbred breeding and racing operation based in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, way back in 2001. Over more than 2 decades, that farm achieved significant success, amassing 848 victories and over $18 million in earnings from more than 6,500 starts. Now, they say Toby was deeply involved in the operation, often attending sales like those at Keeneland, actively participating in breeding decisions. In 2021, he partnered with fellow Oklahoma native Danny Caldwell to form Country Brother Stables. Their collaboration yielded 39 victories from 264 starts with nearly $1 million in purse earnings. Toby served as a Breeders' Cup ambassador, and his contributions were also recognized by institutions like Remington Park and Keeneland, which honored his memory and his impact on the sport. He once said, "The horse racing business has always thrilled me that much." Well, they say he's really going to be thrilled from up above during this weekend's Kentucky Derby. His horse, named Render Judgment, will run in the Kentucky Derby, the first of Toby Keith's career. Someone posted a post via X which states, "It was Toby's dream. Render Judgment is going to the Kentucky Derby. He worked so hard to finally have one there. Toby will have the best seat in the house to watch, obviously from heaven." With 30-1 odds, Render Judgment is one of the 20 horses expected to run in the 2025 Derby, coming up this Saturday at the iconic Churchill Downs. The 3-year-old thoroughbred colt has gained a lot of attention on the road to the Derby, currently sitting at 18th in the Kentucky Derby points leaderboard. Bred in Kentucky by Green Lantern Stables, owned by a partnership that includes Bakari Racing Stables, MJM Racing, Rocket Ship Racing, and Dream Walkin' Farms. Trainer Kenny Meeks is 1 for 10 at the Kentucky Derby, but he recently won with a relative long shot, Mystic Dan, last year. The jockey will ride Render Judgment for the first time, and this is Julian Lepereau. In 14 tries, Lepereau's best Derby finish was 4th with Classic Empire back in 2017. Now the trainer calls him a long shot, noting he doesn't quite have the experience or the speed on paper but also confessed that he knows how special this is for Toby's family. It's going to be deep water for him, but we're going to take over a horse that's very healthy. I understand the dream, and it's Toby Keith's family. And, of course, Toby passed away this year, and I think there's some sentiment there. But he said, I don't care. I'm putting it all on render judgment. By the way, he said this is not gambling advice, but you never know about a long shot. So, I guarantee a lot of folks just fans of Toby Keith will probably be putting a few bucks on render judgment at the Kentucky Derby. How about that? Our number, 844-844-3388. While we're on the topic of sports, briefly here, because I think Eagle wants to chime in a bit about this whole, the NFL draft over the weekend. I'm looking at all these various reports. The conspiracy theories are off the charts about what transpired with Deshaun Sanders, Deion's son, over the weekend. Of course, we talked last night about the prank phone call thing. One of these commentators, I guess, this sports aficionados, said he knows what really happened. The truth of the matter is, it's Deion's fault what transpired with his son. Stating that in interviews prior to the NFL draft, that Deion actually, told various media outlets that there were certain teams that he would not allow his son to go to if they picked him in the draft. So, well, what's that supposed to mean? I don't think he actually came right out and said which teams, but this guy's explanation was the Cleveland Browns knew that they were one of the teams that he might allow him to come to, and by his stating, because there were only a handful of teams that needed a quarterback, right? He said Deion's statements about not letting him play for certain teams allowed them to know they could pass over him in round number 1 and round number 2 because nobody else was going to pick him. And by waiting, they'd be able to get him for millions of dollars less, which ultimately in round 5 they did get him really cheap. Now again, trying to blame the father. Another of these so-called aficionados said this was technically all boiling down to the NFL itself. Like all the leadership in the NFL has said that most people tune in for like round 1 of the draft. Everybody's excited to see who's going to pick who in round number 1. But always come day number 2 of the draft, the numbers drop off exponentially. Not nearly as many people tuning in to watch the likes of rounds 2 and rounds 3. And there's a lot of advertising, millions of dollars that go into putting this whole thing together. And they all conspired together to overpass Deshaun, so that all these people, which apparently ultimately it worked out that way, they said never in the history of the NFL draft had as many people tuned in for the likes of round 2 and round 3 as did this past weekend. But I mean, there's no shortage of people pointing the finger of blame. Most just say he looked good on paper. Again, his whole attitude, his prima donna kind of persona was too much, that many coaches didn't want to kind of put that kind of individual in the locker room with other players. No, nobody likes a prima donna, right? Yeah, that, and some say that his statistics, they might have looked good on paper, but he's not all that damn good. Just what many were saying. I don't know what the answer is, but he did indeed. I mean, he took a significant pay cut from what he was making in college versus what he's going to now make in especially the first couple of years here in the NFL. But I digress. Let's see what Eagle has on his mind, get his 2 cents worth here. Morning, Eagle. Well, Eagle, you hadn't been there but just a couple of minutes. He must have been tired tonight. Okay, so just like that, let's see what's going on with, I do believe, Vic is on board. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You got me thinking about horses there, talking about all that horse racing. That's another sport that has changed substantially. I forget what it was, but the Calumet Farms, there was a big scandal that went with that years ago, and I'm not even sure the Calumet Farms is around, but the old admirals that owned Calumet Farms, he also owned the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't know if you knew about that or not, but he was they had quite a storied past there at Calumet Farms.
Wow.
Somehow, some way, his son-in-law got control of it, and Lord, it's been so long ago I've forgotten, but they lost all their reputation and a lot of money in the process. So, but yeah, I haven't been around the Kentucky Derby for quite some time there, and I know that I think one of your sponsors was talking about when he went to the infield, and I doubt if your mom would want to go to the infield. I don't know, but that's kind of another what I want to say legendary practice or bucket list thing for people to go there to I don't know how much of the Derby they see, but the infield is usually quite a situation there, and I don't know if the Bin Laden family still owns the stable there at Keeneland or not, but I used to make deliveries there all the time for the Bin Laden family, and they had horses there, and them and George Bush. I think there was a guy that was a trainer or something that H.W. got the Bin Laden family fixed up with, and they were using the same financial advisor there at Versailles, Kentucky, and some things. So it's just a little bit of, I don't know what you'd say there, a bit of gossip, or it's not really gossip, and it's not really history, but really what I called about was on these tariff things. And my position with Trump was he picked a battle he didn't have to fight. And he did it in a way that's going to give the Democrats an advantage. There were a lot of companies that could not put up with the restrictions in EU, the environmental restrictions and one thing or another, and they were wanting to come back. There were other companies that they were not satisfied with the sanitation practices of China, and even in Mexico. So a lot of companies were trying to get back to America for one reason or another anyway. And I don't know who convinced, I'm going to have to clear my throat too. And I don't know who convinced Trump to get on this tariff kick, because I don't think he met with any manufacturers or any industry people whatsoever. And if he wanted to go down the tariff route, he should have met with those people and said, I need to know how to go about doing this to make sure that we don't totally disrupt the American supply chain. And something that many truckers have talked about for some time, and you talked about a lot on your show, and I know your dad did, was this silly just-in-time thing that they came up with, which they tried to copy the Japanese. And the Japanese was on that tiny island, and America is a whole lot bigger. So you couldn't just get what you needed, a manufacturing plant, just in time. And before, they always used, in America, always used the warehouse system to make sure that they had enough inventory to get through the strikes or weather disruptions or anything of that nature. And now, with these tariff things, that's why they're looking at all this stuff coming in from overseas. And will it get here in time? Or will there be a price disruption? And that was my biggest problem there, was Trump jumping on this tariff kick. And then he turned around and tried to solve social issues with tariffs. And if he would have just went ahead and took office and stayed with his original plan, he wouldn't be giving the Democrats any ammunition. And they're going to try to make things as rough as possible on Trump, try to destroy his popularity, and try to take the House back. And I've seen the RNC chairman talking about that they know that if the Democrats take the House back, they don't know what, but they're going to try to find something to impeach Trump over. So, so that was what I was thinking about all this stuff with the tariffs, because there are so many things that he could have went about this. And you heard me mention the World Trade Organization. You know, he could have filed a complaint there. He could have made a big fuss about the environmental regulations that they're taking on, and China claiming they're a developing nation, so therefore they should have more latitude. I mean, it just goes on and on and on if they would have just discussed the possibility. And the other thing, too, is when you're in business, I don't know if you ever heard the term about inventory turnover. You know, some businesses, like in the feed business and stuff, you'll turn your inventory about 50 times a year. You're in the hardware business, you might turn it 3 times a year. The clothing industry, that's kind of up for grabs. You have the different seasons, the styles, the fads, and everything else. So, as the needle trades, again, you know, talking about pillows and sheets and all that type of stuff, that's a little bit different. A couple times a year, people like to, you know, redecorate things of that nature. But that's just, you know, there is a whole raft of things that goes in to the whole business climate. And today I see where that now then Mexico and the United States is somehow getting crosswise on some water. I don't know if that's from the Colorado River or what. I didn't have time to follow up on it. But all I'm saying is Trump borrowed an awful lot of trouble that he wouldn't have had that borrowed trouble from. And some of it was from our neighbors. And that's like we get a lot of beef from Australia. And there's some question if they were going to put tariffs on that beef, because our beef supply is not near what it should be. And then that's coming from South America. I don't know if Cargill ever got out from under their antitrust lawsuit or not, but you know, Cargill was sued because they had bought up a bunch of other companies. Brazil was upset with Cargill because they bought up the soybean processors, and now Cargill's saying, well, it might affect the tariffs might affect their soybeans imported back into the United States. Well, I think they're using an excuse there because they're in antitrust problems more so than what they have tariff problems. But there are going to be a lot of businesses that are going to be using that excuse to raise prices and increase inflation, and it just goes on and on from there. I mean, it bore people to death and take most of your show to explain it all. But that's basically where I'm coming from. So.
Well, I shared the whole the Apollo, and I have no idea, you know, who their leadership is. Are they some leftist group or what? You know, looking to also publicize negativity about Trump. Let me start here real quick. Like, I mean, it depends on who you ask. Many others are saying, yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. Trump knows what he's doing. Yeah, this is a 4-dimensional chess game, right? You've heard that. Daniel is one. He said, people, sit back. Let President Trump's policy take effect. He's still trying to clean up the Biden administration's mess. Here's the kicker. When you have certain congressmen like Senator John Thune and Mike Johnson, representative, that's part of the good old boy network, they don't really want President Trump there. And I guarantee they're slow walking everything that would help because they don't want to make Trump look good. Senator Thune ain't no different than Chucky Schumer or Mitch McConnell. They're only worried about their back pocket, not the American people. Of course, they can fix this mess overnight. They don't want President Trump. Trump is for America. Most of Congress is not. All right. Good to have you on board there, Daniel. I don't have time to get through the whole thing, but painting a totally different picture. Michael Schwartz, contributor to the Western Journal. It kind of explains some of this, as Daniel just said, some of this good old boy network stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Stating in every way imaginable, President Donald Trump stands as a living indictment of America's corrupt ruling class. From former President Jimmy Carter's malaise to former President Joe Biden's moldering brain, a lengthy period of unprecedented turpitude interrupted only by the sunny optimism of former President Ronald Reagan and the defiant populism that produced Trump's first administration. Americans have slumbered through nearly half a century of being fleeced on the part of the predatory establishment that enriches itself at our expense. And that doesn't even count the crimes of the post-World War II era. Sunday morning, on his social media platform, Truth Social, Trump once again promised his aggressive tariffs policies will produce a, quote, political and economic earthquake strong enough to shake the federal government's revenue structure to its foundations, allowing the president and his allies to build something better in its place. Now, he said, when tariffs cut in, many people's income taxes will be substantially reduced, maybe even completely eliminated. Focus will be on people making less than $200,000 a year, he wrote. In other words, the president's tariffs and revised trade deals will generate enough revenue to potentially, for many, scrap the income tax. Now, that could be true for everyone in the long run, but for now, however, Trump pledged to focus on bringing relief to those at the lower end of the income scale. So hold the thought. We'll pause there and come back with more on what the president was trying to explain over the weekend. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We got a brand new day coming your way, a Tuesday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russia's foreign minister says his country is open to negotiations to end the war with Ukraine.
Appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Sergei Lavrov echoed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's claims the Trump administration has made the effort to learn what Russia's goals are.
And he said that nobody in Washington lifted a finger to do the same, to try to understand Russia during the Biden administration.
Lavrov said Russia is pursuing its own national interest, but that doesn't mean they can't come to an agreement which ends the fighting. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump is going to hold a rally in Michigan tomorrow to mark his 100th day in office.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is excited to return to the state on Tuesday. Trump's 100th day in office will be on Wednesday. The rally will take place in Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a shout out to Flip Switch. Checking in, top of the morning to Steve. Good to have you on board, Flip Switch. We were talking the Canadian elections this past day. Soma says the Liberal Party didn't do as well as the polls predicted. In other words, another federal election in Canada, likely within 2 years. All right. Hello to Philip in Florida. Bob is on board. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Tapeworm says better late than never. I'm in the house, coming in loud and clear in plain English. Thank you, President Trump. Obviously, referencing the executive order about the English language proficiency in the trucking industry this past day. But let me pick up here where we left off before we get back to your calls here. Again, going to the tariffs. It is let me say it's a work in progress. Yeah, things are changing on a daily basis. Many countries are at the table. Negotiations are taking place. Now, Trump posting again over the weekend, kind of doubling down, talking about taxes. We're going to bring in, he says, so much money with the tariffs that we'll be able to reduce what we're going to take out of your pay, if that makes sense. Massive numbers of jobs are already being created. New plants and factories currently being built or planned. It will be, then he put in all capital, a bonanza for America. the External Revenue Service is happening. What is that? Of course, he mentioned the External Revenue Service back on January 20th, the day of his inauguration. He issued a memorandum called the America First Trade Policy. The Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall investigate the feasibility of establishing and recommend the best methods for designing, building, and implementing an external revenue service in order to collect tariffs, duties, and other foreign trade-related revenues. That was a part of what the memorandum said. In other words, the president regarded the External Revenue Service as a day one priority for his new administration. Now, of course, pursuing aggressive tariff policies, the hope is to extract major concessions from the likes of rivals, including China. One senses, however, the president has always had something bigger in mind. Now, regular viewers and attendees of his campaign rallies can attest to the fact that Trump often referred to America's most powerful enemies as domestic, not foreign. Yeah, by that, he unquestionably meant the corrupt establishment that persecuted him and his family and his supporters. Thanks in part to its decades-old tax policies, that establishment has hollowed out middle America. In the meanwhile, the suburbs of Washington, D.C. have emerged as the wealthiest counties in the entire country. These are the parasites, the ones who have spent other people's sons and dollars, spent them into endless, pointless wars while enriching themselves and their friends. Yeah, those are Trump's ultimate targets for what you would call political extermination. He explained also more as far as looking to target those making less than $200,000 a year, potentially reducing their tax liability to zero. That sounds like a monumental task. We'll have to wait and see. But meanwhile, again, is it all gloom and doom? A work in progress. The administration, according to the statement this past day, is going to move to reduce the impact of some of the automotive tariffs. This is going to take place today, Tuesday, by alleviating some duties imposed on foreign parts in our domestically manufactured cars and keeping tariffs on the cars made abroad from piling on top of the other ones. According to the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, he issued a statement this past day from the White House. President Trump is building an important partnership with both the domestic automakers and our great American workers. This deal is a major victory for the president's trade policy, rewarding companies who manufacture domestically while providing runway to manufacturers who have expressed their commitment to invest in America and expand their domestic production. It first reported in the Wall Street Journal. Automakers said on Monday they were expecting Trump to issue some relief from the auto tariffs ahead of his trip to Michigan today to celebrate 100 days. Of course, that's home to Detroit's big three automakers and more than 1,000 major auto suppliers. Last week, a coalition of U.S. auto industry groups urged the president not to impose 25% tariffs on imported auto parts, warning that would cut vehicle sales and raise prices. And now Trump had said earlier he planned to impose tariffs of 25% on auto parts no later than May 3rd. That would scramble the global automotive supply chain, setting off a domino effect that could lead to higher auto prices for consumers, lower sales at dealerships, and make servicing and repairing vehicles more expensive and less predictable. That was the warning that the industry group gave to Trump last week. The letter from those groups representing General Motors, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, and others, sent to the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Commerce's Lutnick. Most auto suppliers are not capitalized for an abrupt tariff or tariff-induced disruption. Many are already in distress and will possibly face production stoppages, layoffs, possible bankruptcy. It only takes the failure of one supplier to lead to a shutdown of an automaker's production line. So looking to address that again here today, Tuesday, the 29th of April. All right, who we got on board? Somebody wanted to talk about tariffs. Morning.
Yes, this is Dan.
Oh, hello, Dan.
How you doing? I'm behind these tariffs. I don't understand why American taxpayers should have to burden this to why shouldn't the burden of the financing the government be put on the corporations and the businesses that depend upon cheap, many times slave-made, as in the case of the Uyghurs in China, child labor, making things like in Vietnam clothing. And why should we have to, if you want those products, you negotiate a price to get them over here to sell with. Having the government protect your profit margin is crony capitalism. I watched Karl Rove Saturday. I lucky I got a TV left. Sit there and try to defend why we should lower the tariffs coming from Vietnam. Might as well call it North Vietnam because it's now a communist country. I know he wasn't there, and Bush wasn't there, and Cheney wasn't there. 58,000 Americans lost their lives in Vietnam, and we're supposed to depend upon them for for clothing, he said, for school kids primarily. These people, their clients are these companies that depend upon this stuff. And my feeling on it is, if you want that, you go ahead and you get the supplier over in China, which is probably in partnership with the company here that's selling the products, get them to reduce their price to cover these tariffs. And the only other thing is, why should we be giving foreign aid to countries that got higher tariffs on our products coming in than what we're charging on theirs?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we don't stop this, we'll have nothing left in this country. Nothing. We were critically low with steel. And whenever somebody trashes tariffs, they're trashing working class men and women's jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the inflation, I've actually noticed prices coming down. And they've reported more that prices are coming down. We knew inflation was through the roof when President Trump took the oath of office on January 20th. But they are coming down. Isn't oil down to $60 a barrel?
Last I had seen, I paid attention to about the past week, but yes, somewhere.
I heard it.
Yeah.
I heard it from you, where I heard it from. Main place I get the news. But up until 1913, we financed the government with tariffs. It's the fairest way. It's a consumption tax. You want to buy it, you buy it, and then you pay the buyer, the purchaser of this. In other words, the Walmarts and the large suppliers,
mm-hmm.
They pay the tariff. So let them get that money back from those foreign countries that don't want to treat, and that applies to Europe as well. I just don't see why we as a country we as taxpayers should. What about the businesses that do business in this country? As far as unemployment and layoffs, I have a feeling, now you better believe it, within the next 48 hours, there'll be some federal crooked judge issue an injunction against that English-speaking proficiency requirement.
Okay.
That will happen. Now, will the spineless Supreme Court take it up? I don't know. However, if it is upheld, and I think it would be, and I think Trump has the right to, that's clear, but who knows? There'll be plenty of truck driving jobs available. I'm sure I know there's a lot of people out here who, that there are companies out here with people who can't pass that proficiency test. And the other thing is, anybody who wants to try to violate this, a business that does, or corporations that hire illegals, my one complaint is they should be fined so damn heavy they can't ever be in business again.
Right.
The way I look at it. And I mean, do what Tyson Foods did, and they've closed I think it was chicken plant in Dexter, Missouri. Can't find the help. Or the help they had couldn't pass. I mean, I know of a company that bought out a landscape supply company. Unfortunately, it's somebody I know that owned it, and he had all supposedly documented. They were undocumented. And the company that bought them out, to their credit, it's a large company out of Atlanta called Site One. They came in, and on the first day, basically about 90% of the workforce left. Can't prove you're here legally, you need to go.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's the way that's the way it should be. And these people hit the street, so forth like that. I know of a owner-operator for United Van Lines that went to a van line operator here, agency here in St. Louis, and everybody working there, the helpers that he needed to help unload the stuff, nobody spoke English, and nobody was documented. They were all from Venezuela. So, I mean, at what point, and Trump said it's going to be rough. I haven't noticed it. By the way, Steve, I think the stock market is back to where it was in last August. Am I correct?
I know that they've had 5 consecutive days of gains, but I don't know exactly where it is compared to August.
I heard that on Willie Cunningham Sunday night, and the stock market. That guy that advertises in Cincinnati all the time, that teaches day trading, Jay Ratliff or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. He said that it's back to where it was before in August of 24.
Okay.
So so it's back, and as I said, you don't hear that anymore. And what is going to break inflation? I mean, I don't see where they say they can keep charging more high prices. So I heard that somebody called in. I mean, a couple of drivers are opposed to, or a couple of your callers are opposed to this, and the guy's going to go out of business because he won't get a container by July. If he doesn't get his container, well, you know what? That happens every day. What happens to Pontiac dealers when they quit making Pontiacs, right? You go find another car line or go out of the business, find another way to make a living. I think when Eagle said that hospitals, it's like, well, this is same song, second verse of what happened with COVID.
Bingo.
We couldn't keep hospitals open. Right. We couldn't keep hospitals open. We haven't learned our lesson. Who's putting this nonsense out there? So anyway, I appreciate your show, and I firmly believe tariffs are the way to go. I really mean that. And you want to play ball with us? Let's get into the whatever you charge us, we'll charge you.
Dan, thank you so much for dialing us up this morning. There you go. Yeah, oil at $61.34 per barrel. I'm guessing that's the West Texas. Okay, that's as we speak. And what else? It is 844-844-3388. We return into...
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
About 7 before the hour, and Buckeye Boy chimes in. He said, I have no problem with automakers bringing manufacturing back to the USA, but they have to make a better product than they've been. Unfortunately, some workers, and mainly union workers, don't care if they do a great job because it's so hard to get rid of them for shoddy work ethics. Now, if manufacturers can fire people immediately who don't do their jobs, workers would have a bit more motivation to do a good job, and that would in turn produce a better product. All right, very good. Thank you much, Buckeye Boy. Here's Knucklebuster as we roll into a Tuesday. What's going on, Knucklebuster? How's your week starting out?
Doing great, Mr. Steve Sommers. How's yours?
Can't complain.
Yeah, I can't either. Just playing truck driver, and I know you're playing truck driver radio there. So, well, I'm glad he turned that turn signal off. I was tired of hearing that ding, 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 ding on his phone. That's what that is when you leave your turn signal on. My Bluetooth was picking it up.
Is that it?
Anyway, yep. Anyway, I'm glad to see that Trump signed that. They can fight it all they want, but it's going to eventually be passed, every bit of it there. It'll all work its way to the Supreme Court there. Well, I want you to know one thing. Tennessee and I will be watching that Kentucky Derby.
Oh, yeah?
She's not wearing no dress, but she'll be wearing them tight-fitting blue jeans, and I'm not drinking no mint julep either, so I'll be drinking I'll be drinking the most popular beer in America, according to Fox News that was revealed in a new study there. I'll give you 3 guesses, and 2 of them don't count what it was.
A recent study, probably Modelo.
Nuh-uh.
No.
Our beer, buddy.
Miller Lite?
Miller. Yep, Miller was the number 1 beer in America, according to that new study there.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's what we'll be drinking on Saturday there. Well, you got to remember that TB12 went Tom Brady. He went in the 6th round, Steve. I mean, you know, he went in there and showed them how it was done. That's all them players got to do. It don't make any difference what round you go in there. Go in there and show them you know how to do it, that you are the man. And then Browns executives, they raised eyebrows there with their reactions. They said it was a golf clap. I don't know what the hell a golf clap is, do you?
That's a new one to me.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Quinn Ewers, he was originally predicted to go on day 2 of the NFL draft, but he didn't make it. I think he went number 231 of the overall pick, going to the Miami Dolphins. Well, he was linked to that Sanders boy, so that Sanders got drafted before he did there. Hey, Quinn, I got news for you, buddy. No one likes a Benedict Arnold, buddy.
Okay, well, hold that thought there, Knucklebuster, because we close out hour number 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab covers, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Russia's foreign minister says his country is open to negotiations to end the war with Ukraine.
Appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Sergei Lavrov echoed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's claims the Trump administration has made the effort to learn what Russia's goals are.
And he said that nobody in Washington lifted a finger to do the same, to try to understand Russia during the Biden administration.
Lavrov said Russia is pursuing its own national interest, but that doesn't mean they can't come to an agreement which ends the fighting. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
San Clemente, California Mayor Steve Knobloch is announcing progress in discussions with Border Patrol to monitor cameras along the shoreline.
The initiative aims to enhance security and address concerns about illegal activities, including undocumented immigration and human trafficking. The mayor emphasized the importance of collaboration between local authorities and federal agencies and says the cameras will be available not only to Border Patrol but the Maritime Coordination Center in Long Beach as well. Next, the city plans to finalize cost proposals for the camera monitoring system to ensure coastal safety that fits into state and local budgets. I'm John Fink.
President Trump is receiving mixed reviews in several new polls as he closes in on 100 days in office.
Different polls from both CBS News and ABC News show respondents remain concerned about the economy as tariffs remain in place. No different from the streets.
That's a primary reason. It's the economy. It's the uncertainty in the markets. Interest rates are still not lower. We don't know what's going on. M&A activity is not up. I think that's it.
Prices are going up. Pet food is going up. Everything is going up because of the tariff.
More than 80% of Democrats tell CBS they've had enough time to judge the Trump administration's performance, while 68% of Republicans say it's still too soon to tell. I'm Natalie Migliori, NBC News Radio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
The Washington State Fire Marshal is warning to take precautions to prevent burn injuries.
Burn injuries can happen to anyone, but they're most common with kids younger than 4. While hot liquids are common causes of burn injuries, electricity, steam, and some chemicals can also cause burns. They advise parents to teach children hot things can burn. Install anti-scald devices on tub faucets and shower heads. Faucet water should be set to less than 100 degrees and keep hot items out of a child's reach. I'm Brad Ford.
2 Columbia University janitors are suing more than 40 protesters from last April's Hamilton Hall riot.
Mario Torres and Lester Wilson say they were threatened, pummeled, and held hostage by pro-Palestinian demonstrators during a regular overnight shift. Their lawsuit reveals hand-drawn maps used to identify the locations of heavy equipment that could be used to block doors and windows at the historic building. The janitors claim demonstrators who held them against their will were distributing bike locks, ropes, zip ties, food, cots, and other supplies. They say the experience triggered PTSD, which has left them unable to return to work. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
President Trump is going to hold a rally in Michigan tomorrow to mark his 100th day in office.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is excited to return to the state on Tuesday. Trump's 100th day in office will be on Wednesday. The rally will take place at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. All right, as we turn the page on the calendar, making our way from the 28th into the 29th of April, which supposedly, at this hour, there are millions and millions of birds migrating, especially in the eastern USA. How they track this, I don't know. But they've actually got organizations, and this was a post from here a few hours ago, which says, this is a doozy. Known as Migration Monday, Monday night into Tuesday morning. 378 million birds are expected to take to the skies tonight as they migrate to their breeding grounds. Birds migrate at night. So they were advising, please remember to turn off your lights tonight to prevent bird collisions with buildings. So they've got the birdcast migration map for the night of April 28th. So as we speak, and there's a high-intensity migration zone, pretty much the entire eastern half of the country, but it really focuses on a zone from southern Texas all the way up into parts of western Kentucky, southern Illinois, Indiana, southern Ohio. Millions of birds out there as we speak. I can't see them. Maybe it's too dark. All right, Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Oh, well, I promise you, Mr. Steve Sommers, I'm not going to ride around here on the interstate without my headlights on. I ain't turning my lights on. They just have to run into my truck. Oh, I can tell them. It wouldn't fare too well for somebody anyway. Well, I read there's one pesky woodpecker. He has terrorized 25 cars and counting up there in the Massachusetts town. He gets down there and pecks on them. That's not too good for your paint job either there, you know.
I don't think it'd be very good for his woody woodpecker either, would it?
A little bit there. I don't know. Well, Nissan says it will find a way to bring back the Xterra. Well, why did they ever get rid of it if they're going to find a way to bring it back here? And I know I ain't a smart man, Steve, but I know when somebody has messed up. But you know when they dropped that $70 million Navy F-18 fighter jet over the side of that ship, that somebody went, uh-oh.
My bad. Whoops.
Well, that's all. Yep, I know that's right. Well, that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'll call back in that loneliest tire there, and we'll get some more in there. I'm glad to see Trump has gotten rid of a bunch of these illegal immigrants. I read over the weekend there was like 3 or 4 raids they done there and got busted a bunch of them there. So, adios. We'll see you later there, guys.
There you
go.
go.
All right, have a good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Thank you much, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. Yeah, the one raid was that the big party there, I think, was that in the Denver area over the weekend. It was kind of making the headlines Sunday night into Monday morning, but they referenced, is it kind of like the mother lode of illegals? Yeah, 100 and some plus. I knew I had the story here, right? All right. Significant drug trafficking, prostitution, crimes of violence. Hundreds of federal agents
descended on this illegal nightclub in Colorado Springs back early Sunday morning. And they raked in more than 100 illegals. About 3:45 in the morning. So this was an all-night party going on. Officers with the Drug Enforcement Agency and at least 9 other federal agencies raided the club that was located in a strip mall. Now, prior to forcing their way in, they announced via loudspeaker in both English and Spanish that they had a warrant and demanding all occupants exit the building in an orderly fashion. In all, there were more than 200 people inside, 114 arrested for federal immigration violations. Most of the illegals came from Central and South America. They are all now in ICE custody. It's obviously concerning to have active duty military involved. Jonathan Pullen, the special agent in charge of the DEA Rocky Mountain Division, indicated to reporters that federal and local agencies had spent months investigating this boatload of unsavory behaviors going on inside this underground illegal club. What was happening inside, he said, was significant drug trafficking, prostitution, crimes of violence. We seized a number of guns. There were known members of the MS-13 and Tren de Aragua gangs, likewise in the club. Whether any of them were arrested, not clear. Only those here illegally or those on warrants were taken into custody. Most partygoers were eventually released, along with some pictures of several attendees who made some questionable clothing choices that night, whatever that means. We are not the fashion police, he joked. Active duty service members were rounded up at the club, and some of them even allegedly abated the illegal activity. He simply said, we had active duty service members who were running security at the club and involved in some of these crimes. That is concerning to have active duty military involved. Fort Carson, an Army base located in Colorado Springs. The Army confirmed that some members had been at the club that night. They would be partnering with the DEA to conduct an investigation. As this is an ongoing investigation, we cannot provide additional information. This is being handled by the Army Criminal Investigations Division. Whether any of the service members have actually been arrested or charged is not clear. Thankfully, no agents were arrested during the raid. One partygoer apparently sustained life-threatening injuries jumping through a window in an attempt to escape. But Colorado, without question, has been a hub for illegal immigration due to the sanctuary policies of the city of Denver. The president even celebrated the news of the raid on Truth Social, stating a big raid last night. Some of the worst people illegally in our country, drug dealers, murderers, other violent criminals of all shapes and sizes. Attorney General Bondi likewise expressed satisfaction about the success of the operation. This morning, DEA HQ apprehended over 100 illegal aliens at an underground nightclub frequented by Tren de Aragua and MS-13. Cocaine, methamphetamine, pink cocaine seized. 2 also arrested for existing warrants. Now, state and local officials likewise gave at least some tepid support for the enforcement of alleged weapons and drug offenses, although some kind of sidestepped the immigration issues involved. Colorado Springs Police Department chief noted that the raid was the result of a months-long investigation into serious criminal activity and stated the arrest of these criminal violations are expected. We're rolling up on 15 past the hour. And what's going on with Pappy this morning? What's up?
Steve, you remember me telling you I didn't want any non-citizens joining the United States military?
Yes, you did.
I think that might have something I think that might have something to do with some military members being involved in some of this, and they're probably U.S. citizens. Back to the tariffs, Steve. Man, we are just going to pound this till the dogs come home, ain't we? Steve, we got to remember, we talked about this before, but Trump has been talking about these tariffs since 1988, when he went on the Oprah Winfrey Show. You know, and I think that he has been studying this for decades. This wasn't some last-minute little decision, right? He was working on this before he was even elected. I think I brought that up before. Before he was even elected, Steve, right after the election, remember, we had all them other countries. I think it was Japan. I think a couple other ones already pledging billions of dollars to manufacture stuff here in the United States. So once again, I'll just say, man, everybody, hold on. Just chill out, see what happens, and hope he knows what he's doing, because I believe he does. Steve, I think he was targeting China, right? I mean, China was the big doer here. He just couldn't go after China. It would look bad. So, because the rest of the world was taking advantage of us too, he joined a bunch of other countries in, but his main goal here is China. Believe that. So he'll work things out. We'll get through this. The only thing I'll say about Trump that I don't like, I mean, we all talk, I don't care about his tweets and stuff, but sometimes he just don't know when to shut up. You know? Steve, I had a boss back when I was in construction. This guy, he was one of these guys that knew everything, could do everything better and faster. And we were building a garage on the side of this house, and it had the backyard had a little bit of slope to it. And we were doing a monolithic pour for the foundation, which means that you pour these footers and the slab for the garage all in one pour, right? So, due to that hillside, you know, and we had to do this by hand. The homeowner did not want any bobcats back there tearing up the side of their yard. I mean, you know, these equipments, we dug a lot of footers by hand, Steve, just to maintain the property. So we're out there digging this footer, and before we even started it, I tried telling one of the guys in the office there, I said, man, you need to give us 3 days of non-rain, because if there's a chance of rain, what's going to happen is that water is going to come down off that hillside and get into them footers that we're digging, and we're going to have a mess. And so come to start the job, I remember asking Joe, man, you sure there's no chance of rain here? It's going to take us 3 days. Easy. We'll get it done in 3 days easily, but we need 3 days. He said, yep, we're good to go. What happened on the morning of the second day? Steve, it rained. And let me tell you, it was a mess. And so now the boss is all ticked off because things are slowing down. So we got half this footer dug out, and it's just a sloppy mess. I mean, anybody that, most of your listeners, probably everybody, took a shovel and tried shoveling mud. It just don't go fast, and it's hard. So the owner shows up, in his suit and tie, and he's watching us. Now the owner's standing there, Steve, while we're all digging, right? So it's not like we're just taking our sweet time. And what's he say? What's taking so long? I could have that footer dug. I could have that footer dug out by myself in 2 hours, as he's pulling up his belt loop. Steve, I felt like slapping him right across his face because he's an idiot. I think Trump coming out saying that he's going to have this war stopped within, what did he say? 2 weeks after he's sworn in, that this war will be shut down between Ukraine and Russia. He's just making statements that are, I can have that footer dug out in 2 hours by myself. Sometimes he just, says things that, anyway, you get what I'm saying. But with that said, we just all need to hang in there. I'm like, Dan, I don't see anything that's specifically hurting me right now. I just filled the gas tank up in the car, and it didn't cost me no more, no less than I don't think it did a couple weeks ago. Spending, I think, a little bit less at the grocery store, Steve. Doesn't seem to be as bad. Obviously, the prices aren't coming down as we would like to see. But hey, man, we had 4 years of a mess to clean up here. And listen, these rhinos, man, and I guess you heard they already filed impeachment.
Yeah, this guy I've never heard of out of Michigan. What do you have, like 7 different articles? They're saying this is it's a dog and pony show for him to get attention.
It is. But you know what? We should do the dog and pony show on him and impeach his ass out of there. Kick him out. Vote to kick him out. They want to play, man. We these rhinos in there, they just don't want to play hardball, man. We seriously need like a 90% clean out of D.C., man. We got to go back to the old theory of clean the swamp, drain the swamp, get these people out of here. All this corruption. I heard a headset talking a few months ago with somebody else on a different broadcast, and they were talking about the amount of people in the Pentagon. Tens of thousands of people in the Pentagon that are woke. They can't balance a budget. Was that Vic? Who was that saying that his number one goal was to balance the budget for the Defense Department? They haven't never done it, I don't think. So if they can balance the budget on the Defense Department, Steve, the defense is the number one biggest spender of our tax money. So if we can get this under control, I'm not really worried about China going to war with us. I think they know Steve, you remember back in the Gulf War, the first one, United States really wasn't in a war for a while. Mm-hmm. We haven't really duked it out with anybody, and all the Republican Guard took over Kuwait, the meanest, baddest, right? These guys were supposed to be tough. Steve, what was it, 3 days? Not even 3 days. I mean, we literally whooped their ass. The United States Army and Marine Corps went in there. They were supposed to have these tanks and this, that, and the other, Steve, and we just literally put it to them. That whole, what was that called? Highway of Death. When they were trying to get the hell out of Kuwait and retreat. Wasn't as bad as the media was trying to make it sound. I mean, they were old-fashioned war fighting, Steve. You take out the front line and you take out the back line. The middle has nowhere to go. They were not going to let all that equipment stay in the hands of the Iraqis. So once they shut down the front and the back, the middle, they just bailed. They took off into the desert, and we just went in there with A-10s, man, and just obliterated all them tanks and machinery and all them vehicles. So it looked probably worse than what it really was. But the fact is, after that, the world knew, dude, don't mess with the United States, man. Don't try it. It put a signal out to Russia, China, everybody else. Don't mess with them. They will kick your ass. And the thing is now, Steve, everybody's talking about, I heard some people on another podcast talking about China's ability to build up their naval forces, which is true. Steve, we own the space. United States technology in space, nobody's even close to us. China knows that. Russia knows that. They're not going to try and mess with us, man. As far as full-out war.
Right.
We would smoke them. The only option is a nuclear war, which is mad, sure mutual destruction. Just hope some crazy, evil, globalist, crazy people that worship the devil or are Satanists just don't want to push the button. What do they care? All right, brother, I got me some hot shot secret gun oil out.
Oh, yeah?
Cleaning the firearms. Cleaning the firearms I had to shoot the other day. I cleaned the duty weapon, but I'm off duty. So I've been sitting down cleaning that. Got the old hot shots gun oil out. Let me tell you, it's good stuff. Gilligan out there, if you haven't got any of Hot Shot Secrets gun oil, recommend it. A couple of years, I bought everybody on the squad a big tube of that stuff, dude. So. All right, brother, I took enough of your time. I appreciate you taking the call, man.
All right, have a good morning. Yep. And I guess, question there, Pappy. How do you accidentally drop an F-18 over the side? Whoops. Splashdown. But that's what happened. The Navy confirming an F-A-18E Super Hornet, one of America's premier fighter jets, fell off the USS Harry S. Truman and sank into the Red Sea this past day. According to the official report, the $70 million aircraft from Strike Fighter Squadron 136, along with the tow tractor that was moving it, plunged overboard while the carrier operated in one of the world's most strategically important waterways. They said personnel managed to jump clear in time with only one sustaining a minor injury. Yeah, the FA-18E was actively under tow in the hangar bay when the move crew apparently lost control. The aircraft and the tow tractor overboard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
One of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion.
President Trump has signed executive orders related to immigration. He signed multiple orders today, ranging from one mandating truck drivers to be proficient in English to one cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions. The order calls for a list identifying such sanctuary jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws within 30 days. The White House is focusing on President Trump's immigration crackdown during the first 100 days of his second administration. It's the first of several days meant to showcase Trump's sweeping agenda. President Trump is meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson to discuss pushing forward budget legislation. Last week, Johnson said the House is pushing to get the spending bill approved by Memorial Day. Some of the issues that Republicans remain at odds over include potential cuts to Medicaid spending, tax cuts, and military spending. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So much. Good to have you on board here. So we're about halfway through a Tuesday morning edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, for those who maybe joined us a bit later in the program, who weren't with us for hour number one, it's kind of like the top industry headline, but let me repeat. The President Trump signing an executive order this past day that ensures truck drivers are adept at speaking English, America's official language. The White House document aims to ensure those operating a commercial vehicle are qualified and proficient English speakers. President Trump believes English is a non-negotiable safety requirement for professional drivers. They need to be able to read and understand traffic signs, communicate with traffic safety officers, border patrol, agricultural checkpoints, cargo weight limit station personnel in English. Under the order, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy will be directed to rescind and replace guidance to strengthen inspection procedures for compliance with English proficiency requirements. For years, as we know, the existing federal standard that commercial drivers do just that hasn't been enforced. Now, this order mandates revising the out-of-service criteria to ensure drivers violating English proficiency rules are placed out of service, enhancing roadway safety. I guess the CVSA right now is kind of reeling because they didn't want to do that. Duffy will also be tasked with evaluating protocols for the authenticity verification of commercial driver's licenses. Moreover, he's directed to improve the working conditions of truck drivers through additional administrative, regulatory, or enforcement actions under this executive order. Of course, we know Trump signed an executive order back in March establishing English as the official language of the United States. And that's where it stands. Now, we'll see. Dan made the prediction here a little bit ago. He said, you just wait and see. Within 24 hours, there'll be some federal judge out there that puts a halt to enforcing that regulation. I wouldn't doubt it. It'll ultimately, like everything else that Trump attempts to do, end up going to the courts. All right, Philip, got you coming up here. First, send your heat wave on a Tuesday. How's your week starting out?
Oh, pretty fair. How you been doing, senor?
Not too bad.
I'll tell you what. That's good. Well, did you catch the funeral of the Pope? When it come on so early in the morning for us?
Turns out I was sawing logs. No, I did not. I didn't get up to watch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, our time.
Had that McCullen chainsaw going, huh? Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, of course, I was driving at that time, so I was able to listen to it, and, it seemed like it was kind of broke up. That some of the languages they were speaking were translated, and then some of it wasn't. It's like, oh, really? I guess we're supposed to learn by osmosis or something. But, I listened to it as much as I could stand it, and like I said last week, I have no opinion one way or the other. I'm just looking forward to the next Pope and see where he goes. Mm-hmm. And I sure hope he brings everything that's to the left to the middle of the road or just slightly to the right. A lot of Pope Francis, ideas about how the church ought to be. I know it ruffled a lot of feathers out there, and mine were just as ruffled as the rest. Oh, Lordy. Well, we had the 80th birthday party for my father-in-law this weekend, Sunday. And it was nice to see the family, mostly all the family there. I think let's see here, didn't show up, so that wasn't too bad. I mean, it was a nice affair for everybody that was there, and so I got you out of the house for a little bit, and it was a free meal. It's like, well, I guess I ought to get the old man something. So I got him a throw blanket, and I says, for you, whenever you're watching TV, so you don't get cold, you go ahead and throw that on you. And he's like, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Yeah, why didn't you? So, anyways, tonight's the first night that running team, and I tell you what, we had 4 team trucks sitting in our yard. all 4 of them were dead. Just couldn't run it for one reason or another. It's like, we had plenty of trucks, team trucks in our yard that we could have taken off in, but instead everybody comes to our yard. When their team truck breaks down, they just take one of ours and go. We had a team come in from Illinois that took one of our trucks from Salt Lake City. Well, they had to go do something so they could get back home, but it really puts us in a bind. So right now we're going from 1 Mile High City to the other with a stop in Colorado Springs, and we're going to be getting another team truck, as this one here has a lot to be desired. Needs to, I don't know, just some things on there that just ain't really all that great, but it's a temporary truck till we get our permanent truck, which will be here in about 3 hours. So looking forward to it.
There you go.
Oh, well, they said that that ship, was it the Harry S. Truman, said it was doing maneuvers because of Houthi attacks. So that, I'm sure everybody knew on that ship that there was something going on. And I imagine when they swing that wheel to maneuver that ship, it's not, I wouldn't say it was it was stable or nothing, but if you turn your wheel when you're driving your car and you got that little kick to the side that you're turning away from, I can see where that might have just taken a dip going over. Maybe they shouldn't have been towing during that time, but if you're already started and then they throw that klaxon on that lets you know, hey, so I don't blame them. I'm just glad it wasn't any more than that. And that the Soviets and the Chinese are going to be bringing their fishing trawlers out there as a disguise, because they're going to try to get that airplane out of there to see what kind of avionic miracles we have. But we have a submarine, I believe it's a sub, that is if I could talk, it'd be dangerous, specifically designed to go and retrieve aircraft that have gone over the edge, so the other side has no chance of getting it. I thought they had wiped out the Houthis with an attack here about a month and a half ago.
Oh, there have been.
I guess
there have been active attacks going on pretty much every day since then. It's an ongoing, day after day after day, trying to pound them to oblivion.
Well, I had seen on the History Channel about them using a satellite that cuts through all the crap, so to speak, and it has temperature variances that it can detect. And they showed a nighttime picture of I guess Yemen or wherever the hell this thing is, and it was pretty desolate. But then there was a warm spot in the middle where they know there's nothing there, and I guess that's just so happened to be where they got the missiles and whatnot. So they were talking about how they hit it with the missiles from the ships, and then they had I guess they're called JDAMs, bunker busters. They went ahead and flew on the F-18s, and that took care of the rest. So I would really like to see that bunch get eliminated. So we have somewhat peace out there in that neck of the woods. That way, anyone else tries to impede shipping will then realize, hey, you don't mess with the Navy, because they got more firepower on them boats, ships, whatever you want to call them, to obliterate a small city or a small country, depending on how you look at it. So
for whatever reason,
for
whatever reason, it hasn't really been dominating the headlines. I mean, yeah, we all heard about that, the initial attack. But yeah, they've been doing this day after day. Just here within the past 24 hours, the headline says
The U.S. military has pummeled over 800 targets since mid-March, aimed at eliminating the Houthis and restoring freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, according to the update from Central Command. So, yeah, I mean, we've been pounding them day after day after day.
Well, anything good that this administration does is going to be silenced by the three major news organizations. And then you got your other three-letter alphabet news groups, or four-letter, five-letter. They just hate Trump with a passion. It's just like that idiot from Michigan. Oh, Trump's unfit for duty.
Yeah.
Where in the hell were you when Biden was in office? And that Al Green, that idiot, swinging his cane up there, telling Trump to go home or whatever, he wants to throw in articles of impeachment. If it was anybody else, any other Republican, they wouldn't pull this crap, is my train of thinking. It's because it's Trump. And if anyone else outside of the party, like Letitia James or Stacey Abrams or Fannie, I don't want to call her Fawny because it doesn't spell it that way, it's Fannie, they get the DOJ on their butts. Oh, it's retaliation. Oh, my family's being threatened. We can't have any peace. Well, you know what? Now you know what Trump went through with this sham that they had. And I am sure that Pam Bondi and others have seen the official papers saying, so you were married to your dad when you bought this property, saying you were a citizen of this state when you're actually working in New York as their attorney general. I wonder if that violates anything. Well, they say karma is a female pooch, and they're really getting after those girls right now, too, ain't they?
Yeah.
Well, senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night, and we will holler at you later.
All right. Good luck when you get the new team truck operating there. Yeah, the update from Central Command just yesterday, since the start of Operation Rough Rider, March 15th, U.S. forces have executed an intense, sustained campaign to dismantle the Iranian-backed Houthi organization capabilities. That word from CENTCOM on Monday. These strikes have destroyed critical military infrastructure, including command centers, air defense systems, advanced weapons, manufacturing sites, stockpiles of anti-ship missiles and drones. These strikes have killed hundreds of Houthi fighters and numerous Houthi leaders, including senior Houthi missile and unmanned aerial vehicle officials. Their ability to launch attacks on international shipping has taken a major hit. Officials say ballistic missile launches have dropped by 69%, while attacks by one-way suicide drones have fallen by 55% since the operation began. Let's see, the Houthi fueling hub has been destroyed, cutting off a vital revenue stream the group used to fund their terror activities. Now, this update, after concerns over the rapid rate at which the offensive campaign has depleted munitions stockpiles, and congressional officials say the campaign has already cost over $1 billion. The Houthis have said they will continue to lob projectiles and launch drones toward Western commercial and military ships in the Red Sea in a show of solidarity with the Palestinians in Gaza as well as Hamas. Yeah, I guess it was Sunday, the update. This is the first update after 6 weeks of bombing as far as how many targets we have actually struck. They did not reveal how many civilians had been killed or the cost of the campaign. The U.S. now, though, has 2 aircraft carriers in the region and has sent in new fighter, bomber, and air defense units. That's where we stand. All right. Philip,
Hang in there. Got you coming up in 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I presume rolling off to work here on a Tuesday morning. What's going on, Philip?
Well, right now I'm trying to get around this construction over here on I-4. If anybody's going westbound on I-4, you're going to be getting off at the 75, and you got to follow a detour around to get around construction. I don't know. Have you heard anything about that, Steve?
I can't say that I have, no.
Yeah, it's a mess. There was some stuff happening downtown earlier. I had to go around down on going the side streets there to get around some mess down there on I-4 downtown. So if you're coming down I-4, just be careful. They're gonna weave you around all over the place with habit. So other than that, I'm doing all right. Steve, I know that you've seen the media getting beat up pretty bad with this deal since Trump's come back. Has anybody talked about PBS and NPR? I heard that they got their funding cut out. Did you hear anything about that?
Yeah, they got their funding cut out, and then, I don't know, I think last week some federal judge tried to step in and tell them they had to hire them back and restore the funding, so I don't know where it stands now. I think it's in the courts like everything else.
Yeah, I know it made our local channels down here because the local PBS stations and one of the other stations down here that they're federally funded, and from what I'm gathering, Trump doesn't want the media to be federally funded. I mean, you know more about that than I do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and also, Steve, this happened last week. I mean, I don't know if too many people know about it or not. Steve, do you like going to air shows?
Yes, I love it. I try to get up to the Dayton Air Show. I did make it up this past year, indeed.
Have you ever seen a guy that was flying in those air shows? He flies a little stunt plane. His name was Rob.
What was the name again? Rob what?
Rob Holland.
Rob Holland.
A veteran pilot. Yes, he perished last week. He was flying into Langley Air Force Base, going to do an air show there over the weekend, and his wing fell off his airplane when he was coming in for landing.
Wow.
And he passed away. It was a big hit to the aerobatic community because, and you know, he's been around forever. This guy's, I mean, you could just, I mean, it's like he's won everything that you could possibly think of in aerobatic stuff. You know, I mean, just unbelievable performer. And the airplane he had that he was flying was a special experimental plane, and a lot of people don't look at that experimental class, but when you're in an airplane in experimental class, that means you take the obligation. If something breaks on it, it's your fault. You know, I mean, it's the pilot's, you know, the pilot has the responsibility for the aircraft, even on the maintenance side of it. So, you know, I mean, I hope that his family's doing okay, and but Rob was a heck of a guy. He did a lot. I mean, he did a lot in those air shows that a lot of people don't understand, but, you know, it's one of those things that happens, and, you know, it's something, you think an airplane just coming in and doing flips and all that stuff, you know, but, you know, just coming in to land and your wing fall off, and they're investigating it, you know, because the airplane wasn't under experimental classification. They're going to figure out why the wing came off, and it's just one of those things that happens. I don't think did y'all even talk about that last week?
I did not catch that story, no, so I just pulled it up, and I think that guy's performed at the Dayton Air Show in the past.
Oh yeah, he's been around. He just did Sun and Fun down here, and he did a really good interview that I saw yesterday when they had the Miami Air Show, and he was talking about, he was from the Northeast. Not too many people think about guys being from the Northeast flying, you know, aerobatics. Most of those guys, a lot of them are down here in Florida and St. Augustine, and they're all over the place. But this guy was one of the legends. I mean, he was up there with Sean Tucker and, you know, Jim Holland and you know, Patty Wagstaff. I mean, a lot of the folks that, you know, set the road. He's one of the guys and developed a lot of different stunts and different things, and you know, it's just sad that he passed away. I mean, and you would think he would have passed away doing aerobatics, but he wasn't. He was just flying his airplane in normal. He was taking it from point A to point B. That's all he was doing.
Wow.
So just thought I'd bring that up.
And that was, I mean, that was described as like an experimental aircraft, right? But hey, we pause there. We'll be back after the news update.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure, Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
One of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise.
President Trump has signed executive orders related to immigration. He signed multiple orders today, ranging from one mandating truck drivers to be proficient in English to one cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions. The order calls for a list identifying such sanctuary jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws within 30 days. The White House is focusing on President Trump's immigration crackdown during the first 100 days of his second administration. It's the first of several days meant to showcase Trump's sweeping agenda. A poll from CBS YouGov shows that 49% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of immigration, while 51% do not. President Trump is meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson to discuss pushing forward budget legislation. Last week, Johnson said the House is pushing to get the spending bill approved by Memorial Day. Some of the issues that Republicans remain at odds over include potential cuts to Medicaid spending, tax cuts, and military spending. The White House is signaling they are not extending the Real ID deadline. Kentucky lawmakers sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem requesting a delay on Real ID enforcement, citing the potential for long lines at MVD offices. The Trump administration says that all states need to comply by May 7th. President Trump is going to hold a rally in Michigan tomorrow to mark his first 100 days in office.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is excited to return to the state on Tuesday. Trump's 100th day in office will be on Wednesday. The rally will take place in Macomb Community College in Warren. I'm Lisa Taylor.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is holding steady at $3.14 a gallon. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $5.10, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.48. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
A new poll shows most Americans are not convinced that tariffs will create economic windfalls.
70% of Americans responding to the Gallup poll believe that tariffs will cost the U.S. economy more than they generate short-term, and 62% say the long-term outlook isn't much better. 89% of those polled say tariffs will lead to higher prices, but there's an even split on whether or not tariffs will bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States. I'm Rory O'Neill.
An Arizona man is under arrest after a fire at a Tesla dealership this morning.
A Cybertruck was set on fire early Monday morning at the dealership in the Phoenix suburb of Mesa. 35-year-old Ian Moses is facing arson charges. Graffiti with the word thief was also seen on a wall. Several incidents involving Tesla vehicles and dealerships have happened since CEO Elon Musk began his work with the Trump administration. I'm Brian Shook.
Jack in the Box says they're going to close up to 200 locations.
The San Diego-based fast food company said the restaurants in its planned block closure program are the ones which were underperforming. Jack in the Box said nearly 80 to 120 of the eateries it plans to shut down will close for good before the end of this year. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 114 points. The S&P 500 added 3 points. The Nasdaq lost 16 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome back. As we roll into a Tuesday, we were talking to Philip about air shows. I'm certain I've seen that guy performing over the years. And I pulled up this year's air show. It's just around the corner. Heck, we're down to we're almost to May 1st, Thursday, May 1. But coming up in June 21st and 22nd this year, the big air show that I would typically attend. Got the Air Force Thunderbirds returning this year. They kind of rotate back and forth. Thunderbirds versus the Blue Angels. Saw the Blue Angels last year. The U.S. Army Golden Knights, that's pretty much a standard performance year after year. You got the C-17 Globemaster 3 that'll be doing a demonstration. So B-29 Super Fortress. One of only two B-29s in the world that are actually still flying, performing this year. Got the Red Bull Air Force. Something I have not seen in the past. Some guy named Tom Larkin. Mini jet air shows, a 300-mile-per-hour fully aerobatic mini jet. And you got to have your pyrotechnics, the Firewalkers International Pyro. High explosive, gasoline, fireworks, and stunning choreography. Numerous other... It looks like the Goodyear Blimp will be there. I've not seen the Goodyear Blimp at the Dayton show in the past. I guess they're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Goodyear Blimp program this year. So how about that? And I'm hoping maybe some additional performers will be added. I mean, I don't really see any F-18, F-16. They've had the F-22, the Raptor over the years. I really enjoy some of those military demonstrations.
Yeah, I tell you what, I used to go to them a lot when I was a kid. You're talking about the Golden Knights. I actually seen an accident. Oh, this was way back when at the Tyco Airport in Titusville. One of those guys pulled out of a plane, was going to do a shoot failure demonstration, and he did a failure. He did both of them failed, and he didn't make it. But that ended the show abruptly right there. And then I've seen air shows over at Patrick's Air Force Base with the Thunderbirds, and we were watching that one, and they went to do a burst, and two of them hit each other, and that ended that abruptly. They both landed safely and came back. They shut the show down. Used to go to the Florida Airfair a lot. They used to have that at Kissimmee. I've been at Sun and Fun. If you ever get a chance, Steve, the one that's the mecca is the to go to Oshkosh. You ever heard of Oshkosh, Steve?
Yes, but I've not been there, though.
Yeah, Oshkosh is the one to go to. That's where the EAA and all those guys come in there. You see all kinds of planes in there. It's probably the biggest one in the United States, Oshkosh is, and they have that every year. And one that I always wanted to go to, and when I worked for Piper Aircraft, I would love to have gone to, but I never could afford it, was in Paris, France, the Paris Air Show. And what's cool about the Paris Air Show is you see stuff from all over the world. So the Russians bring in their stuff. We bring in our stuff. It's unbelievable, and you see all kinds of planes. If you're into the plane thing, I mean, that's it. And I'm kind of fortunate. I like Patty Wagstaff. She is an unbelievable aerobatic pilot. She trains people. If anybody ever wants to learn aerobatics, she actually has a school. It's in St. Augustine, and she lives in St. Augustine. And even if you want to go in to get a basic on, training on learning how to get your airplane out of a situation, that she's got courses for that. There's a lot of stuff out there, and I was always a plane guy. Growing up, I had interest in airplanes. I was fortunate. I worked at Piper Aircraft. I worked for them for almost 2 years, and it's something that I just like rockets. It's something I just got into. I don't know, Steve. How long have you been in the airplane, Steve?
I guess I've been fascinated with them all my life, But yeah, I've been going to these air shows for dozens of years.
Yeah, you were talking about that mini jet. They used to, I'm not sure if it's the same one. It's probably a different jet now. But back when I was a kid, they had one called a BD-5. And it was a little bitty thing. It was about as big as a bathtub. And I don't know. Did you ever watch James Bond, Steve? The James Bond movies with Roger Moore?
Yeah. So I mean, what movie was it when he had the mini jet? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the BD-5, and they flew it through a hangar. That hangar was actually in Orlando here. They flew it through a United hangar over here in Orlando. That was a neat little plane. I saw that back in the 80s. And my first recollection of air show was watching Jim Holland and Bob Hoover fly in. And then when I worked for Piper, I got into seeing Jimmy Franklin, and just a lot of cool guys, man, back in the day flying planes, and those guys took care of their airplanes too. They were mechanics as well as being pilots. So every aspect of that airplane, they knew what was going on with it. And that's kind of what Rob was too. Rob was the same type of guy, The only thing is, it kind of scares me about that airplane he was flying. It's all carbon fiber, Steve, and I don't know. I'm not that carbon fiber stuff. They say it's great and everything, but I'm not too fond of it. Technology's cool, but it's something that can get you in trouble when it starts cracking and splitting. And a lot of it too, that plane might have been put through so many cycles with aerobatics. And you can inspect it all you want to, but if it's got cracking or anything in the middle and you can't see it coming out, it's just one of those things that happens. I know the same aircraft had an accident a few years ago with another pilot named Nigel. He had the same airplane, and the wing fell off it. He parachuted, though, out. He was in a position where he was high enough he could parachute out of the airplane, but he survived. But same kind of situation, but he was up high. He wasn't landing like Rob was. He was actually doing maneuvers, but same kind of deal. I did a little reading on this, and it's sad, but it's one of them things that happens. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me. If anybody's going down I-4 from the 75 all the way down to just past World Drive down there by Disney, you're going to be detoured around. So y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you for the heads up there, Philip. Yeah, and it's kind of, it goes with the territory. It's like racing on the ground, auto racing. All those sports are potentially deadly, right? anything. Meanwhile, all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. They're saying it's a stunt. Yeah, I've got this congressman I've never heard of, Democrat from Michigan's 13th District, Congressman Sri Thanadar, who's launched a desperate bid for relevance by introducing 7 articles of impeachment against Donald Trump. The stunt, unveiled Monday, reeks of political opportunism, especially as he faces a serious primary challenge from his own side that threatens his career. Now, his impeachment articles detailed on his official website range from obstruction of justice to bribery to tyrannical overreach. He claims Trump's actions like cracking down on immigration with deportations, which is federal laws, creating the Department of Government Efficiency. These things constitute high crimes and misdemeanors. Specifically, he described the president's perceived transgressions as a sweeping abuse of power, flagrant violations of the Constitution, acts of tyranny that undermine American democracy and threaten the rule of law. Donald Trump has repeatedly demonstrated he's unfit to serve as president. He represents a clear and present danger to our nation's Constitution and our democracy. His unlawful actions have subverted the justice system, violated the separation of powers, placed personal power and self-interest above public service. We cannot wait for more damage to be done. Congress must act. Now, as with most Democrats over the last 10 years, it's the same tired, old, parroted rhetoric designed to grab headlines, yet not to actually achieve any result. Let's be perfectly clear. This impeachment, this push is dead on arrival. Republicans control both the House and the Senate, period. Yet not only would every Democrat have to vote in lockstep to impeach him, they'd need a number of Republican defections as well. He knows this. He's not stupid. He's just shameless. Now, the timing is no coincidence. On the same day, Axios reported that the Justice Democrats, this group aligned behind Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, her 2018 upset win, are actually backing the state representative Donovan McKinney to unseat Thanadar in the 26th primary. It's a familiar-smelling rot cropping up in the Democrat Party these days. He's fighting for his political life, and this impeachment gambit is a pretty naked attempt to rally his base. His post about the matter on social media kind of doubling down on all the drama when he posted on X, when Trump ignores the Constitution, Congress, and the courts, he's not fighting for America. He's tearing it down and endangering our democracy, which is actually a republic, which we have to remind them over and over again. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Who's next? When's Al Green going to file his articles of impeachment? Waste of time, waste of effort.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, I know it's Brain Dead's Saturday, technically, so he won't be checking in this morning. But over the weekend, he did forward a little story about, and I wasn't familiar with this vehicle. It's Purdue University's what they call their Boilermaker Special. It's like a roadworthy vehicle that kind of looks like a train, essentially. Had a crash, a possible tire malfunction being investigated as the cause of what ultimately was a fatal crash involving the Boilermaker Special in Tippecanoe County. The Tippecanoe Sheriff's Office reporting Friday that preliminary findings indicate a tire issue may have caused the Boilermaker Special to veer off the road, cross the median, and collide with another vehicle. The Indiana State Commercial Division is assisting in that investigation. But the Boilermaker Special being driven by a 20-year-old Madison Cook from Noblesville, Indiana, had a passenger, a 22-year-old from Rockport, Indiana. Both of the Purdue students were treated and released from a Lafayette hospital, but the driver of the other vehicle actually perished in the crash. Tippecanoe County's coroner office working to notify victim's family, which I'm sure they did over the weekend, and I guess by now they've probably released the name. But again, I think that vehicle could go up to 70 miles per hour. But again, it looked like a train. Pretty fascinating looking vehicle. It was obviously very tore up. Meanwhile, you're not done with maybe frost conditions in the Northeast. Yeah, I know some folks here locally that have been out planting some of the springtime flowers in recent days. It seems like it happens every year. Just enough intrusion of cold air is going to continue over the interior Northeast to bring on the occasional frost threat for agriculture, gardeners, and garden centers for at least the next couple of weeks, according to AccuWeather. They say it happens every year. It seems like a few warm spring days occur. The backyard gardeners are ready to dive in and start planting. Even though common sense may say otherwise. Now, while conditions are probably safe for gardeners in the major cities and the nearby suburbs along the I-95 corridor, they're in the Northeast. At this point in the spring, tender annuals, vegetables, fruit tree blossom can still be at risk, given the ongoing weather patterns. Now, for gardeners new to the Northeast or new to the hobby, the average last frost date is pretty much a proven guide to when it's safe to plant your non-cold hardy flowers and vegetables. This date has come and gone along much of the Atlantic seaboard, but it's still at least a couple of weeks away over the interior. Since it's an average, there can be some outliers as well. The bulk of temperatures has been above historical average since the 1st of March there in the Northeast. Those mild temperatures have advanced the blossoming and leaf out of vegetation in the region and coaxed those itching to plant to flock to some of the area garden centers. But there have still been some substantial temperature dips on occasion, which is pretty common this time of year, and that's likely to continue well into the month of May this year. When you got the clear skies and the calmer conditions at night, with an accompanying batch of dry air coming out of Canada, that can result in a damaging frost. Now, in parts of the interior Northeast, temperatures dipped into the frosty 30s and even as low as the mid-20s, where they saw a freeze on Sunday night. This week, here we are, from both Wednesday night into Thursday morning, part of the interior Northeast will experience another such event, a frosty dip. The main focus across upstate New York and interior New England. Looking ahead, conditions are favorable for a frost and a freeze likely to develop Saturday night in the wake of that storm that's going to bring some drenching rain as we end the week. Where the sky becomes clear and the winds drop off, a scattered or possibly extensive frost might occur this weekend. They point out, forecasters like to point out, that when they forecast overnight low temperatures, those temperatures are for officially measuring devices about 5 or 6 feet above the ground. Now, under those clear, calm conditions, the temperature actually at ground level, which it's hard to imagine, just 5 or 6 feet lower, could be as much as 5 to even 10 degrees lower than the official forecast. This is why oftentimes you'll say a frost or freeze is sometime mentioned when low temperatures are actually forecast to be above 32 degrees during the overnight hours. Those 32-degree temperatures, 5 to 6 p.m. And like I said, I didn't realize it could be that dramatic of a difference in just a few feet. All right, rolling toward, what do we got? News break, bottom of the hour coming up here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Importers bringing goods into the U.S. in the month of March. A lot of things we're uncovering now. We're improperly declaring imports that racked up hundreds of millions of dollars in duties and fees that are actually owed to the government. Much of this, it's probably not something new. It's been going on for quite some time, but it's the new policies when it comes to tariffs that's uncovering some of this. We'll explain more on that ahead. All right, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
One of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion.
President Trump has signed executive orders related to immigration. He signed multiple orders today, ranging from one mandating truck drivers to be proficient in English to one cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions. The order calls for a list identifying such sanctuary jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws within 30 days. The White House is focusing on President Trump's immigration crackdown during the first 100 days of his second administration. It's the first of several days meant to showcase Trump's sweeping agenda. President Trump is meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson to discuss pushing forward budget legislation. Last week, Johnson said the House is pushing to get the spending bill approved by Memorial Day. Some of the issues that Republicans remain at odds over include potential cuts to Medicaid spending, tax cuts, and military spending. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, plenty of room for you. Lines available here on a Tuesday at 844-844-3388. Yeah, speaking earlier, and I had shared the headline from Newsmax this past day where the DO Chief Duffy says U.S. truckers must speak English, right? We've been talking about that. Daniel had responded. He said, "This is a sore subject for me, because I know it's all BS and lip service." Yeah, 2 years ago, near Miles City, Montana, I almost got run off the road by a team-driven truck out of Miami, Florida. I called in to the Custer County Sheriff's Department, and the deputy stopped him, and he could not communicate with either one. They didn't understand English. They didn't speak it. They could not follow commands given by the officer to get their trailer out of the right lane and get onto the shoulder after almost hitting me and another driver because they were paying attention. They had no business behind the wheel. Well, he was told by the local commercial motor vehicle inspection officers at a Miles City, Montana, to let him go. So I don't think anything's going to change. They can make all these laws they want. If they're not going to enforce them, what good is it, though? It's like the Motor Carrier Act of 1980, unloading and loading codes. Yeah, there's a federal law against what these lumpers are doing, but the FMCSA will not enforce the federal law because it doesn't generate money for the agency. So they could care less. And as far as safety goes, they don't care about real safety. It's just the illusion of safety. All right, well, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, for many years, the law has been on the books, up till 2016 when it was, quote, being enforced. In most cases, they didn't actually enforce it anyway. So I don't know how much enforcement will the message get out, to put them out of service. And I'm sure, like I said, there's going to be lawsuits. Yeah, Dan says by the end of the day today, you just wait and see. A federal judge is going to say, nope, you can't do that. We'll see. But we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that should have been going into the government, paying for our government. According to Customs and Border Protection, their monthly report of various trade statistics for the month of March, they completed 71 audits that identified $310 million in duties and fees owed to the U.S. government from undervalued or improperly declared goods that are entering the country. Now, the $310 million in fees assessed to undervalued or improperly declared goods in March, that is a 10,590% increase compared to the amount of fees assessed in February, which was about $2.9 million. It's the number of audits completed in March is also a 153% increase compared to the number of audits in February. In other words, this stuff's just been coming in under the radar. And as long as these importers can get away with it, why would they declare it or be honest? Supply chain experts said the White House's new trade policy is finding much more undervalued goods being imported into the U.S. We've traditionally audited a tiny percentage of shipments coming out of China. But this new mandate is to ramp up enforcement. And of course, Customs and Border Protection has been finding a ton of undervalued goods. Now, Customs and Border Protection said they only collected about $49 million of the $310 million in duties and fees
along with revenue from previous fiscal years' assignments. Also detailed in the report are the revenues that the U.S. has collected from tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That was the one for fentanyl and migrant crisis declared by the president back in January. Those tariffs included an additional 25% duty on imports from Canada and Mexico, with an exception for energy resources and potash from Canada that received the lower 10% additional duty. Now, for Mexico and Canada, the existing order is still in effect except for goods compliant with the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the USMCA. According to the preliminary data for March, the U.S. has collected $7.89 billion in tariffs on imports from China, $2.87 billion on imports from Mexico, $1.04 billion on imports from Canada, and $1.23 billion from reciprocal tariffs on about 90 other countries. Some of the other findings of the report for the month of March. Customs and Border Protection has implemented 13 tariff-related presidential actions during the Trump administration, and each day collects over $200 million in additional associated revenue. They have processed 3 million entry summaries valued at more than $352 billion in March, up 16% compared to February. They identified duties of nearly $15 billion to be collected by the U.S. government. They have stopped 434 shipments valued at more than $2.3 million for further examination based on the suspected use of forced labor. They have seized 1,827 shipments that contained counterfeit goods valued at more than $913 million, trying to intercept these goods. It's the knockoff. It might be purses, it might be gym shoes, it might be whatever it might be. Supposed Rolex watches that are, what do they call them, Folex, fakes, fake Rolex. All right, let me see, I guess Eagle woke up for a little bit of a nap there. Morning, Eagle, how are we?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I fell asleep early. I just woke up. Yeah, I told you I had to do a lot of, I was busy the weekend at Talladega and traffic and everything. Yeah, so I finally got a load. Finally got a load this afternoon. I had to sit all day. I didn't think I was going to have to sit all day in Talladega. I knew I wasn't going to get a load out of that area because there ain't too much going on. I had to drive all the way to Atlanta to get a load, about over 100 miles or more, empty, to get a damn load. I'm going to go ahead and pick it up tomorrow morning, and then start heading back towards Texas, hopefully for the weekend. Got some things going on at home. But yeah, Steve, before I get to the politics and Donald Trump and the events that are taking place, especially with these judges and the immigration, I want to say something. I didn't get a chance to talk about the NFL last night because there was a lot of other stuff with Talladega. I want to make some comments right quick about Shedeur Sanders, Deion Sanders' son, and they're not good comments either. Now, this guy here, Shedeur Sanders, a lot of people are trying to make this a racial issue, and it's not. First of all, they're trying to compare Deion Sanders to the Archie Manning, to the Manning family, because Archie has two boys, Eli and Peyton, that played NFL football. Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, Shedeur is not as good as neither one of them. He can't compete he can't compare to Eli, or he damn sure can't compete with Peyton Manning. Okay, that's the first mistake these idiots are making. Okay, now, the second mistake they made was when they said that it was racially motivated that he wasn't picked by the NFL teams. How can they say that when his teammate with the Colorado Buffaloes, Travis guy was drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars, second man drafted. They even moved up to pick up the man, and last time I checked, he was black. Okay, so some people, other idiots say, well, they didn't want to have a black quarterback. Well, that's wrong, too, because the very first man picked in the draft was black by the Tennessee Titans. So they can't use that as an excuse either, that he wasn't picked because he was black. He wasn't picked, simple as this, is because he's no good, because he's not going to be a superstar like you think he is, you know. And I almost thought the guy learned his lesson until I seen a video earlier tonight that showed me that he still hasn't learned his lesson. The NFL, this guy here, Steve, he grew up in a privileged family. His father, Deion Sanders, was a superstar athlete, and he grew up with money. He's from Texas, as a matter of fact, from where I'm. Deion raised him up mostly in Texas because he played with the Dallas Cowboys, and they still have roots in Texas. I think his son and Deion still lives and has a home in the Dallas area, even though he's at Colorado. Okay, so the guy was not drafted. He was not drafted, Steve, because this guy has a chip on his shoulder and a bad attitude. There were a lot of anonymous NFL owners and scouts that said that he went into the interview process telling these people that he was going. He had walk around talking about he's legendary, and he's not. He had never even played one down of football in the NFL, and he got the nerve to talk about he's legendary. And Deion had the nerve to retire this guy's jersey at Colorado. Number two, this guy's jersey didn't deserve to be retired at Colorado. He didn't do anything at Colorado. They didn't even make it. They didn't even make it to a bowl game. Deion, he changed the program around. Colorado's one of the worst in college, but he still didn't deserve to have his number retired. And Deion did that. He embarrassed. Now, Deion not only embarrassed himself, he embarrassed his son by doing that. So the NFL, they looked at him as some privileged kid with a father with a lot of money and a big mouth. And a lot of, here's the main thing that hurt Sanders, Steve, was that a lot of coaches and owners, especially the coaches, were saying to themselves, if I bring in Sanders, because Sanders has been the coach, he's been coaching this guy since high school, they thought that their job might be in jeopardy, that Sanders might eventually be in line to take their job on the NFL team and put them out of work, and Sanders would take over the team and coach his son, such as the Dallas Cowboys, Pittsburgh Steelers, and New York Giants. And that overlooked him, and you can't. And then they did it on purpose. You can't tell me that he's not better than the New York Giants went out of their way to draft the guy from Ole Miss, Jackson Dart, over him. And then the Saints drafted a guy that has a history of injuries. 26-year-old quarterback. They drafted him over Shador. All this was done as a slap in the face. And here's how you know that it was done on purpose, Steve, because the main team that was supposed to pick him to begin with, Cleveland, overlooked him for 2 days, and then on the very last day, the third day, they drafted the guy, even though they had drafted a quarterback before him. So the whole situation didn't make sense, but Cleveland doesn't make sense, to be honest with you. So they overlooked the guy for 2 days, and they eventually go ahead and pick him. So that tells you all you need to know, that the dude was done on purpose to try to humble the guy and show him that he's not as good as he think he is. And with the gold jewels and with the chains and all that gold, nobody wants to see that. If you look at the guy that was drafted number one, Steve Cam Ward out of Miami, he had no gold chains, no fancy jewelry and all that. This guy Shador had all the fancy jewelry and Rolex watches and all that in college. And it's a turnoff to the teams. They see him as an overprivileged punk, and that's what he is. And I thought that he had learned his lesson because he took the jewelry off on Saturday when he finally did get drafted. And guess what I seen tonight, Steve? He back to his old ways again. He was in a nightclub partying, having a good time, and with the gold chains on and jewelry and the entourage. That's another thing that hurt him, Steve, was he has his own camera crew that follows him everywhere he go, filming everything that happens in his life. It's like a damn soap opera with this guy. No team wants to be associated with that. So that's what cost him from getting into the hurting him in the NFL.
I mean, do you think he views? I mean, they feel that he feels like he's a prima donna, and would he be almost like toxic to bring into the clubhouse to get along with other players and take direction? I think that was what they're hesitant about, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I told you, they look at him and saying to themselves that he's, like you say, he's toxic, that he has a bad attitude, and, like I said, his dad, they think that Sanders would be trying to interact, telling him not to listen to the coach, that Sanders knows more than the actual coach that he's playing for, and a lot of teams were turned off by that. That's why, it's not about his talent. It was about his attitude and the way he carried himself, and he does have a chip on his shoulder. And here's what it basically boils down to, what they said, Steve. His attitude is not as good as his talent, and that's why they didn't pick him. They said he's not worth the aggravation. If he was a superstar like Peyton Manning had turned out to be, or maybe like a Peyton Manning or Pat Mahomes, if he had that kind of talent and attitude, they'd be willing to tolerate it. But you and I both know that he's not as good as Pat Mahomes. He only
right. Yeah, and Mahomes was. Yeah, where was he? Wasn't he like a 5 or 6 or I forget? He was down the line somewhere when he ultimately got picked, but he wasn't favored like Deshaun was. I know you got other things to get to. 844-3388. We'll be back in 2.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Rolling through a Tuesday morning. Yeah, Gary said, for these non-English speaking drivers, how do they get around the country if they can't read English? Therein lies, that's a big part of the problem. Crossing bridges that they're way too heavy to be crossing, overweight. Crashing into overpasses that their vehicle is too tall to get under.
because they can't read the height signs. Now, in many cases, GPS devices are, I guess you can get GPSs in all kind of different languages now. So for the most part, they're just following their GPS devices and probably using the cheap GPS designed for the four-wheel motoring public that doesn't have to worry about height restrictions and weight restrictions and roads that are otherwise banned to commercial vehicles. How often we talk about the whole smuggler's notch thing. People following the GPS in a commercial vehicle, getting stuck. Whether it's on smuggler's notch or the tail of the dragon. Because their GPS doesn't tell them. These are commercial vehicle restricted areas. And then, of course, in some of the worst case scenarios, being in a vehicle that has lost their brakes, per se, on a major downward incline, as happened in Colorado, couldn't read the damn signs notifying them of an emergency escape ramp, just flying past it at 100 miles per hour to ultimately crash into, how many vehicles? And 4 fatalities, I think, in that case. So, that's the carnage they're causing. All right, we're a couple minutes from news break there. So I know, Eagle, I know you had a little more on the political realm. But let me share this first, because this is on the line, and I want to get your 2 cents on this as well. As far as Pete Rose is concerned, report this past day says Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred confirmed he's going to make a ruling about the continuation of Pete Rose's ban from baseball. Now, shortly after he had his meeting with President Trump discussing that, Manfred spoke Monday at a meeting of the Associated Press sports editors, where he confirmed he spoke with Trump at the White House. That meeting, originally reported by the Washington Post, it took place on the 16th. He simply said, I met with President Trump 2 weeks ago, and one of the topics was Pete Rose. I'm not going to go beyond that. He said what he said publicly. He said what he said publicly, referencing Trump. I'm not going to go beyond that in terms of the back and forth was. But Trump took a stance on the matter of Rose's ban when he announced on his social media platform back on February 28th that he would be signing a complete pardon of Pete Rose. Recall? The president said, yes, Pete shouldn't have been gambling on baseball, but he only bet on his team winning. He has yet to follow through on a pardon of any sort, and it's unknown if it would cover the player's legal issues. The MLB career, of course, we know he passed away at 83 years old back on September 30th. An attorney who represented Rose filed a petition to the league in January that aimed for Rose to be posthumously removed from the eligibility list for the Hall of Fame. Manfred did not give a timeline for when his decision will be taken place, but he did say, I'm not going to give this the pocket veto. I will, in fact, issue a ruling. Now, should he be reinstated, he would still need to be nominated by the Hall of Fame's Historical Overview Committee to be eligible to appear on the classic baseball era ballot there. And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. functions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
One of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise.
President Trump has signed executive orders related to immigration. He signed multiple orders today, ranging from one mandating truck drivers to be proficient in English to one cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions. The order calls for a list identifying such sanctuary jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws within 30 days. The White House is focusing on President Trump's immigration crackdown during the first 100 days of his second administration. It's the first of several days meant to showcase Trump's sweeping agenda. A poll from CBS YouGov shows that 49% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of immigration, while 51% do not. President Trump is meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson to discuss pushing forward budget legislation. Last week, Johnson said the House is pushing to get the spending bill approved by Memorial Day. Some of the issues that Republicans remain at odds over include potential cuts to Medicaid spending, tax cuts, and military spending. The White House is signaling they are not extending the Real ID deadline. Kentucky lawmakers sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem requesting a delay on Real ID enforcement, citing the potential for long lines at MVD offices. The Trump administration says that all states need to comply by May 7th. President Trump is going to hold a rally in Michigan tomorrow to mark his first 100 days in office.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is excited to return to the state on Tuesday. Trump's 100th day in office will be on Wednesday. The rally will take place in Macomb Community College in Warren. I'm Lisa Taylor.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is holding steady at $3.14 a gallon. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $5.10, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.48. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A new poll shows most Americans are not convinced that tariffs will create economic windfalls.
70% of Americans responding to the Gallup poll believe that tariffs will cost the U.S. economy more than they generate short term, and 62% say the long-term outlook isn't much better. 89% of those polled say tariffs will lead to higher prices, but there's an even split on whether or not tariffs will bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States. I'm Rory O'Neill.
An Arizona man is under arrest after a fire at a Tesla dealership dealership this morning.
A Cybertruck was set on fire early Monday morning at the dealership in the Phoenix suburb of Mesa. 35-year-old Ian Moses is facing arson charges. Graffiti with the word thief was also seen on a wall. Several incidents involving Tesla vehicles and dealerships have happened since CEO Elon Musk began his work with the Trump administration. I'm Brian Shook.
Jack in the Box says they're going to close up to 200 locations.
The San Diego-based fast food company said the restaurants in its planned block closure program are the ones which were underperforming. Jack in the Box said nearly 80 to 120 of the eateries it plans to shut down will close for good before the end of this year. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 114 points. The S&P 500 added 3 points. The Nasdaq lost 16 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, rolling into that final hour here on a Tuesday morning. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Now, let me get back to Eagle. Let's start. What do you think about the whole Pete Rose thing? Brain dead feels like he said it's never going to happen. He said Manfred's never going to take him off that banned list. You think it's a possibility, Eagle?
Yeah, I remember, Steve, I talked to you about this, last year. I told you I was, a big Pete Rose fan, the best player ever to step in play baseball. The hustle man, did everything 100%. Was a member of the Big Red Machine, probably the best baseball team ever in baseball. With, you look at all the big names that was on that squad. You know that. You live in Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, Donald Trump, he's kept his promises, and that's going to get into what I have to say about truck driving. Donald Trump is a man of his word, and he said that he was going to look into the Pete Rose situation when he got in the White House. It was disrespect. They should have got the man in while he was alive, Steve, and it's almost an insult, to try to put the man in after he's dead, so he'll never know, to receive the, while he was alive, receive what he deserved while he was alive. Like I said, everything Pete Rose, even if he did gamble on baseball, Steve, he did it after his career. It has nothing to do with his career, what he did back in the 70s and 80s when he was when he hit over 3,000 hits, and record will probably never be broken. It doesn't matter. It happened after his baseball career when he was coaching. That coaching and players are two different things, and Pete Rose should clearly be in Baseball Hall of Fame. Hopefully Donald Trump can can make something happen, to just get a man the respect that he's due, because he definitely deserves it. Like I told you before last year, Steve, if Pete Rose ain't in the Hall of Fame, they shouldn't even have a damn Hall of Fame, because he's the best man that ever played baseball. You got guys that are in the Hall of Fame, Steve, that was doing steroids, and you can't tell me that doing steroids is not worse than gambling on baseball, as far as I'm concerned, because you're a blatant cheater when you're doing steroids. So like I said, if baseball want to keep it, that one guy, I forgot what his name, Faye Vincent or whatever the hell his name is, he had vowed that Pete Rose would never get into the Hall of Fame, and it looked like it's still continuing. So, like I said before, if Pete Rose ain't in the Hall of Fame, nobody should be in. Simple as that. Now, getting to the trucking industry, Steve. I guess Monkey Gouger. We need a man like Monkey Gouger. The guy has over 50 years of driving history to represent the U.S. So I guess the truckers. So I guess that Monkey Gouger knows more than what he said. I remember the phone call he made to you a couple of weeks ago when he said that Donald Trump and the top people were looking into this situation with these drivers driving these trucks that don't even speak language. And then no sooner than he said that, Donald Trump comes out and says that he's going to do something about these truck drivers running up and down the interstate that don't speak nor read or understand the language. So I'm glad you let everybody know that, Monkey Gouger. Maybe he'll call in tonight or tomorrow and talk about that, because he was right. Because it's out of control, Steve, these foreign truckers that don't speak the language. Like I said, I have no problem with a man driving a truck from another country, but you need to speak the language. You need to understand the road signs and signals that you are driving under, and you shouldn't be allowed to. Plus, it says that in that green book that you always talk about, the trucker's manual. It says that in that book that you have to be able to read and understand English to operate a commercial vehicle. So they need to enforce that law, and at all costs, because these guys are costing a lot of people their lives. Such as, I always go back to the guy in Texas down in Austin where I live at. That just a couple of months ago, they killed all those people driving this truck unnecessarily. People lost their lives because of that guy, and it shouldn't have never happened. So hopefully Trump will make something happen to get these people off the road. Because like I told you last week, Steve, I'm getting sick of people tailgating me in road construction when the signs say 35 miles an hour, and you got a guy literally inches away from your back bumper trying to force you to speed up through a construction zone because it's too stupid or can't understand what the sign says when it says slow down, workers or people are working. I'm tired of these guys doing that and killing other truck drivers, or even killing innocent construction man that's trying to do his job. So it's time for it to come to a stop. Now, the immigration situation, Steve, I want to make a couple comments right there about that right quick before I hang up with you. Donald Trump, Tom Homan, Pam Bondi, the whole deal, Cash Patel, these guys are doing one hell of a job. They have literally shut the border down, Steve, to being wide open under the Biden administration to damn near this come down to zero people entering the U.S. on a daily basis, just like Trump said he was. And that's what needed to be done, and that's what needs to continue. And for these judges, Steve, like the one up in Illinois or wherever she's from, for her to allow a criminal to leave her courtroom that was supposed to be placed in the custody of ICE units is a total slap in the face. And the sad part about it is you have other judges around America that think the same way this idiot thinks about letting these people go free, known gang members and criminals, back into society. It has to come to a stop, and Donald Trump did exactly what he was supposed to do with this woman. He made an example out of her for all the other judges in America that are thinking the same way that she thinks, that she's not above the law either. Just like they say Trump is not above the law. Well, guess what? If you're a judge, that doesn't mean you're above the law either, my man. So if you break the law, you can end up in jail just like that bogus judge and that had the nerve to let this guy go. And because people in America are fed up with it, Steve. These people have killed enough people in America. They've sold enough drugs. They've done enough bad things in America. It needs to come to a stop. And Donald Trump is trying, and Holman are going to see to it that it comes to a stop. We got a president that actually cares about America, unlike Biden and unlike Kamala Harris. Because I'm going to repeat, I told you this a couple of months ago, Steve. If Kamala Harris would have got in the White House, you and I both know that border would be wide open, and there would be people crossing into the U.S. As we speak right now, there would be people coming into the USA, Trendy Araguas, MS-13s, God knows, terrorists, no telling who was walking into the U.S. under Kamala Harris for another 4 years. We had another 10, 20, 30,000 undocumented people in the USA. Donald Trump did exactly what he said. And all I got to say, Steve, is God bless Donald Trump for doing his job, and God bless America for making this country the best place in the world to live once again. And I thank you for taking my call.
Tom Homan, the border czar, was actually addressing just that issue again on Monday, kind of on the heels of the arrest of not one but two different judges last week, having to do with harboring illegals. He said officials or judges knowingly harboring illegals will be prosecuted. He said, and I quote, "So I said from day one, you don't have to support immigration and customs enforcement. You don't have to support their operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do." Explaining that sanctuary cities have to stand aside, though, and watch ICE do their job to keep communities safe. Further, he expressed some confusion over these pro-sanctuary officials and judges, as their number one priority should be protecting their communities, not harboring dangerous illegal immigrants who don't even belong in the country. Any public official, he said, your mayor, your city councilman, your governor, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. ICE has been crystal clear in who they are targeting. We are targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that. They should be helping us. But since there are, unfortunately, officials who seemingly place illegal aliens over the citizens, he issued a clear warning. I said in day one, you can sit aside and watch again. You can argue against us, protest all you want. But when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring or concealing an illegal alien migrant, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. It doesn't matter.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
All right, looking at 19 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. And hello to the CNI dog. Good morning.
Good morning. As far as Pete Rose goes, I've called several times about him and how much my dad really loved him, and he thought that that was kind of our heyday of baseball when I was a kid and when he was an adult, before his passing. I think it really gave baseball a black eye, in my opinion. Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is, look at, you got gambling now that you could do on any sport at any time. How hypocritical is that to not just forgive him based upon his stats and what he did for baseball? And to be honest with you, I think it'd be a shot in the arm for baseball. Like, hey, wow, he's like one of us. A lot of people have legal problems and stuff like that, or have been in trouble, and I think it would really help out baseball, showing them we can forgive. And you guys are gambling on baseball anyways today. So, to me, he was a pioneer about gambling for sports. The second thing I want to talk about, well, go ahead. You can make a comment. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, the idea, Eagle just mentioned that he said there are performance-enhancing drug or steroid users that are in the Hall of Fame. And, I mean, you can do a little research, and some say they believe Mike Piazza, Jeff Bagwell, even Rodriguez, Biggio, Ortiz, suspected of having used steroids, which that's cheating, isn't it?
I agree. I remember. Okay, I'm going to mix it up a little bit here. When Milli Vanilli were on the MTV, I'm like, those guys are not saying like that. There's just no way. No way. And then when I saw Sammy Sosa, and he takes his two fingers, he kissed them, then he point out to a direction, I said, there's just something wrong about that. And then the guy that was in St. Louis, they had that
McGuire, you had
baseball.
You had McGuire, you had Sosa, you had Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them are in there, though, right?
But I don't know. I really think we should consider it, and it would give baseball, a little bit of a kick,
Yeah.
Make it more interesting. Second thing, okay, if you can't speak English, what about the people who cross the border into America from, foreign countries,
Cross
cross-border freight, whether it coming out of Quebec, predominantly French-speaking, or Mexico, Hispanic. I think they're supposed to also be held up to the same standard of being able to communicate in English.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be something to watch. That could just change the whole dynamic of everything. And as Eagle said, I've noticed that it has been less truck traffic lately compared to the past.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy the show.
All right. So and I don't know how quickly are things going to change there. We're hearing the talks about the ports, 35% less cargo containers coming in the month this month versus a year ago. Meanwhile, I see that Sunshine, she shared, she's watching us on YouTube this morning. She pointed out Hershey Bar and Almond Joy can use all the prayers from us truckers out there. It's been I don't know how many years since I spoke to Hershey Bar, but I'm going back to the time. I think the last time I spoke to him was back. Yeah, when was it that Snuffy and Granny actually won that truck there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville? And Hershey Bar was having some issues, and they passed on their current truck on to Hershey Bar since they won the truck. The pay it forward kind of thing that they did it. That I think that's the last time I actually spoke to him. So I did know he was kind of having some health issues. As we all get older, we all do. But I guess he shared the photograph yesterday, kind of in the hospital. He said, well, I guess I better explain. He said, I had my right leg amputated below the knee on Easter. I was sent home the following Wednesday, but that night I couldn't breathe, so it was back to the hospital. Suffered a pretty major heart attack. So today I had a stent placed in one of the blockages. Now, coming up Wednesday, they're going to put in 2 more stents, and then in 4 to 6 weeks, another one. They said my heart was only working at like 25%. So they have to do this. Of course, Almond Joy, or Tanya is her name. He said she's taking it pretty hard. The doctor told her I'm a mess and that I'm lucky to still be here, or lucky to be alive. I guess he is. He did say, I ain't never really been scared of what life throws at me. Deal with it and move on. This literally scared me. There's going to be some changes. I only ask for some prayers for Tanya. I've quit smoking, or at least I'm going to try harder than ever before. Lead by example. That was the old motto that he and Yoda shared many thousands of times. Lead by example. He said, I'm going to try harder. So, all right, there you go. Prayers for Hershey Bar, Almond Joy. Hope everything goes well. So a couple of stents to be placed on Wednesday again. So, all right, there's Truck and Phil here on a Tuesday morning. Happy Taco Tuesday. The coffee's up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Oh, and the great Knuckle Buster. So what a difference a day can make. You're starting off today at 70 in Fort Wayne. Warming up to 79. We're starting at 69, going to 74 at Cleveland, Ohio. Speaking of which, I'll be headed there today. Always love to hear Phillips reports from Florida. And yes, go Pete, go. Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. Have a great day, everyone. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Let's see. Pappy said Marty Brenneman's said Pete's family should actually, at this point in time, tell Major League Baseball to stick it where the sun don't shine, since they didn't do it while he was still alive. Yeah, because I get what you're saying, because that's exactly what Eagle said. It's almost like a slap in the face. To come back after the fact. Okay, now that you're dead, we'll put you in. Okay, rolling toward news break here. Coming up, an update whereas a second illegal alien has been arrested for participating in helping to steal Kirsty Noem's purse that was stolen on Easter Sunday there at the restaurant in Washington, D.C. This particular second suspect, Christian Rodrigo Sanzana, a 51-year-old illegal alien from Chile, was arrested in Miami, Florida, in connection with the theft of Noem's purse. Again, an update on that. And, of course, clear lines at 844-3388 if you'd like to jump on board.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
One of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion.
President Trump has signed executive orders related to immigration. He signed multiple orders today, ranging from one mandating truck drivers to be proficient in English to one cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions. The order calls for a list identifying such sanctuary jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws within 30 days. The White House is focusing on President Trump's immigration crackdown during the first 100 days of his second administration. It's the first of several days meant to showcase Trump's sweeping agenda. President Trump is meeting with House Speaker Mike Johnson to discuss pushing forward budget legislation. Last week, Johnson said the House is pushing to get the spending bill approved by Memorial Day. Some of the issues that Republicans remain at odds over include potential cuts to Medicaid spending, tax cuts, and military spending. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up, we'll get to the right-wing nut. And it looks like Vic has some additional comments in regards to the tariff discussion. Now, earlier in the program, I did mention that, President's talking about looking at it maybe, first of all, reducing, if not entirely scrapping, federal income tax for people making less than like $200,000 a year. That was his plan. That kind of echoes some of his previous suggestions about potentially getting rid of federal income tax altogether, replacing it with the likes of tariffs and other levies, which again, up till, 1939, that was the way the federal government was funded. That was the point in time when they decided, hey, let's start taking the money from the people in an income tax, which ultimately more and more got away from relying on tariffs. So a little bit more. He says officials have touted his sweeping tariffs action tools to not only ensure fairer trade internationally, but also pay down the $36 trillion debt. Now, I don't think you can eliminate federal income tax even for just those under $200,000 and be paying down it's going to be at best, which I don't even know you could do that via tariffs. It would be a break-even thing, so you wouldn't be paying down the debt. Now, pressure from both sides of the aisle. He and officials have partly defended the actions as a key revenue raiser that can help tackle the debt and reduce taxes. Numerous experts say they wouldn't bet on the tariff actions as an answer to the debt problems. Now, there's conflicting goals from the administration on trade. You see a lot of different explanations as far as the purpose of tariffs. And one of the central problems is those different explanations are in some cases in conflict with one another, if not flat out contradictory, according to the Brookings Tax Policy Center. Now, this is a guy, Ben Page. While Page and other experts agree tariffs can help raise revenue, he also pointed to hopes from some Republicans that the tariff plans could lead to fairer trade deals and more manufacturing jobs. Now, if you do these negotiations, clearly, you're not going to raise the revenue because the tariffs will finally go away as part of these deals. He also said the goal of raising revenue is a little bit in tension with efforts to help boost manufacturing, noting in order to raise revenue, you still have to have a bunch of imports coming in. I don't think there's any question that the tariffs can raise revenue. But the question is, how much can they raise,
And what will the cost be? Banks like Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan Chase have raised their odds of recession in recent weeks. But that was in relation to the blowback from the financial markets. We are again 5 days into positive market days. If today could be another, it would be day number 6. Trump defending the tariffs at this time is a strategy to prevent other nations from taking advantage of us, which they've been doing for decades. The trade deficit, right? The gap between what we import from them and what they get from us. Trump says that is an emergency, squarely aimed at achieving reciprocity and reducing our massive trade deficit to reshore production here in the U.S. So, quickly, the rest of the story. Yes, a second arrest taking place in Miami. This pair of illegal aliens involved in, apparently, they say, a broader South American theft ring that targets wealthy Americans and legal immigrants, often via home invasions. The New York Post reporting that Sanzana had been released into the U.S. interior in January of 2021. He was one of those catch and release, in other words, after illegally crossing the southern border. Meanwhile, suspect number 1, last name Lavia, is known in the United Kingdom for going on robbery sprees throughout London, stealing nearly $30,000 worth of items over just 3 years. Kirsty Noem in a post via X thanking Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Secret Service for locating these two. Thank you to the Secret Service and ICE and our law enforcement partners for finding and arresting the criminal who stole my bag Easter Sunday as I shared a meal with my family at a Washington, D.C. restaurant. One thing none of these reports have said, did they recover the purse? Did they recover, what'd they have? Her driver's license, I think a passport, a checkbook, $3,000 in cash. She said, this individual is a career criminal who's been in the country illegally for years now. And fortunately, so many families in this country have been made victims by crime. And that's why President Trump is working every day to make America safe and get these criminal aliens off the streets. Good morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yes, Mr. Norrie, I've seen 2 encounters in the sky. I'm not really sure what I saw. Just, it's a clear night, dark night. You can see the stars, and all of a sudden I seen these 2 different pair of headlights up in the sky. One in New Mexico, one over here in Colorado. You got the number for MUFON, the UFO reporting services.
Can you give us a better description? Were they flashing lights, or were they constant lights? Were there any colors involved?
Yeah, kind of a marine blue looking like color. It started out as nothing, got real bright, and then it got real dim to nothing. I mean, it just scared the bejesus out of me. I was trying to see if you got some place where I can call to get those things reported in.
Yes, I'll have my producer assist you with that here momentarily. Was there any sound associated with the lights?
No, just the sound of the engine into my truck. That's about all I saw. I wasn't standing outside. I'm just out here driving and seeing all this weird stuff. So,
well, can you explain?
Yeah, you can give me that number to MUFON.
Can you explain if you're driving? You're actually out there on the interstate driving. Why are you looking at the sky when you're driving, sir?
Well, I mean, what else you gonna do out here behind the wheel? Oh, you got this big black sky in front of you, and I mean, it's not like it was over my head. It was kind of up at the 10 o'clock position, up-wise. So, I mean, they got a large field of vision. If you ever driven a truck there, Mr. Norrie, you got that wide vision there. You just don't have that back window on a sleeper.
Yeah, I've never actually driven a truck, so I'm not associated. Let's get back to the east of the Rockies line. Good morning, sir. Hello, Vic.
Hello. That's probably that underground. You still there?
Yeah, the right wing nut screwing with me this morning. I played along. Did it sound like Norrie? Could you explain, sir?
A little bit. But, there's a rumored alien hybrid base out there in New Mexico.
Yes.
That's 6 floors under the 6. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not. There used to be a Green Beret going around saying that he was down there, and they had all kinds of different sorts of alien hybrids down there, and we were cooperating with them and capturing humans, kidnapping humans, or whatever. So you can take that for whatever it's worth. But real quick, back on this tariff thing. My point on this tariff thing is, I know they keep saying, take time. Well, that's the whole point. Whenever Trump won office, he went into a target-rich environment. The Green New Deal, rebuilding the wall. That's the two that I can think of off my head, and I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
Have they done any building at all on that wall? I mean, because Biden sold everything off. Then you look at the insurance premiums. Those people out in California, I guess, they had no insurance whenever their houses burned, and they weren't aware they didn't have insurance. I mean, if you just stop and think about all the different things that Trump could have concentrated on, and I'm not exactly sure where he came about with the tariffs, and especially the ones on Canada, because the big thing on Canada was the lumber, and with these forest fires, they have to usually go in and let bids on all that different timber to get rid of any damaged trees and one thing and another. So there should have been some more lumber coming in, and then also the deal with this avian flu, highly pathogenic avian influenza. That just kind of sort of went away, and the ag shortage. Biden had a policy of if you got one flock, we're going to kill all of them within several miles around or something, which made no sense. And the poultry industry is so concentrated anymore. And I have to believe that if proper methods would have been followed, they could have probably eliminated a lot of that, because the one thing they traced down was it was coming back. It was coming from the birds that were in the flyway, and they were basically infecting some of the, I guess you'd say, the pest type birds like the starlings and one thing and another, and then they were in turn infecting the commercial flocks. And I don't know, that whole subject just kind of went away. I know egg prices have came down, and we were importing some from South Korea, and that was my big thing about the tariffs. Why did he choose that? It didn't seem like a very good policy, because then that gives the Democrats cover to say, oh, well, Trump's policies increased inflation instead of trying to work to get inflation down. And that was my whole thing about it, was just the overall Trump policy. And the other thing that Biden did, the Department of the Interior used to be fully self-supporting with their grazing fees, their oil leases, their fishing leases. I mean, I don't know what the income is anymore, but the United States used to generate a lot of income just from all the natural resources, sales and leases and everything. So that was, when I looked at all that stuff, to this day, I still can't figure out why Trump made such a big deal about the tariffs, and we had let so many different states. Remember the foreign trade zones and the free trade zones that Reagan brought to us? The one time that I remember was the Agriculture Commission of Texas used to be a very liberal guy by the name of Jim Hightower. I never did meet him personally, but we were both part of a movement back then. It was called the American Agricultural Movement. And whenever Levi Strauss, the company, decided they would go to China and start making Levi's, Jim Hightower tried to buy that plant so that the cotton producers in Texas would be able to make textiles. And Levi Strauss said, well, no, that's too socialist. We're not going to sell the plant to Texas. And it's like, well, how you justify that? You're going to a communist country and enriching them, but you can't. The Texas producers that wanted to buy the plant and make their own textiles, they were too socialist. So, I mean, that's just some of the silly stuff that was going on back then. And all those deals, I don't know how many there were, but that will all have to be unwound. And then virtually every state has an enterprise zone thing where they'll give people economic incentives to come to their state and start one of these enterprise zones. And whenever they enterprise zone, the deal is to get the tax breaks for the enterprise zone, they're supposed to hire people from that enterprise zone. And they have to hire so many companies, like cleaning and one thing and another. And that's where Tyson got in trouble there at Logan's Ford. The people they hired to clean their plant was supposed to be temporarily protected status patients, and they were child labor. And our Attorney General here went after him on that. That's how that was understood. Well, the response of the legislature here, last I heard, was they were going to reform the child labor laws. And that's just some of the stuff that's going on that people don't even realize is going on. That is upsetting them. And whenever, if Trump would just step back and take a look at all the different things that he could do, that would put pressure back onto the Democrats to make sure he doesn't lose any seats in I mean, what's he got, 1 or 2 seat majority in both the House
right,
and the Senate?
It's very slim.
I mean, he's skating on very thin ice.
Both sides. I mean, obviously, he anticipates that this, the ugly part, the short-term pain will be well behind by the time we get to the 26 midterm elections. That's, you better hope that is the case. Hello to 5-7 this morning. He said the DEA went clubbing over the weekend. Me smiling. Obviously referencing Colorado Springs there. Yeah, going into the club. In excess of 200 arrests, more than 100 illegals. All in one shot. It was a gold mine. It was the mother lode of illegal aliens arrest, all in one failed swoop. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey, heading down the home stretch here on a Taco Tuesday. And hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. No, it's a totally terrific Tuesday to me, so that's all I'm going to be interested in. Let's get that Super Fast shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and all my fellow Marine buddies out there. So y'all have a great, blessed day and keep on rolling there. Y'all buy some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And Steve, make sure you get packed up for Saturday there after you mow all that grass out there. You'll have a number 1 beer to be drinking there after what you watch that derby there, right?
That is right.
Yep. And then, after the Kentucky Derby, we got was the Indy 500?
Yeah.
And then later on in the month, got some more entertainment to do, be drinking them Skull Busters. Then we got Memorial Day weekend coming up, too, the unofficial start of summer, right?
Grilling season.
Yeah, you got your pool ready to open up there by then?
Well, by then, hopefully so. I wonder what the cost of chlorine is this year. It's really been going up the last couple of years.
It won't be cheap. Ain't nothing cheap anymore. So I just keep it open year round there. Ziggy, he don't care how cold that water is there, right? He just jumps on in there and goes to swimming.
There you go.
Y'all have a great, blessed day, and I'll let somebody more intelligent than me get in there. Maybe Horse Feathers waiting on line there, right?
No, we did not hear from Horse Feathers this morning. I thought maybe he was getting like the 4 a.m. start here Tuesday morning, but yeah, maybe the propane orders are so low maybe he just got an extra night at home. Real quick, probably not enough time to go through the entirety, but yeah, the New York Times, they told us, waited to the very end of their lengthy story about the January collision between the U.S. Army helicopter and that passenger jet in D.C. Yeah, to ultimately reveal the female copter pilot failed to follow her male flight instructor's direction, which ultimately led to the tragedy. She, Army Captain Rebecca M. Lobach, was taking part in an annual flight evaluation on that night. Now, Captain Lobach was the highest-ranking soldier on the helicopter, but the chief warrant officer, Andrew Eves, was her instructor, who had flown more than twice as many hours as her over time. Long story short, all said and done, as they were going back and forth with the flight controllers, as we've heard that audio played over and over, giving her flight, permission. You have permission. The abbreviation for the flight, 5342. And, of course, her trainer told her to turn left toward the east bank of the Potomac.
Potomac, which she did not follow his instructions. And a matter of seconds later, the two colliding, killing 64 in the crew on that airline. All right, we close it out there here on a Tuesday morning. I'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for the next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.